Good morning. I would like to welcome you to the Municipal District of Taber, March 10th, 2026 regular meeting of council. I'd like to call us to order. We have an agenda in front of us. Is there any additions or deletions at this time?
I can accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? Is approved. Any declarations of conflict, pecuniary and/or conflict of interest?
I think there's something on the agenda related to land on with Riverview Ranch, so I'll have to step out for that part.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to oh, sorry, go ahead, Marie.
I think with just the Grays and lease surrender and the Grays and lease tender results, I don't believe I have a pecuniary interest with that, so I'll be staying in.
Okay, thank you. Any protocol items, announcements, or recognitions at this time? Okay, seeing none. Confirmation of the February 24th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes.
I can move the regular meeting of council minutes from February 24th, 2026.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Those in favor? Those are approved. At this time, we ask for our public engagement process if we have anyone who would like to speak, and we confirm prior to the meeting that Mr. Neil Behrman would like to address council this morning. So you may come to the front. It should be noted too that in the consent agenda, under correspondence, the third item is a letter from Mr. Neil Behrman. So council would have had an opportunity to review that letter. So perhaps at this time we would pull that letter up while Mr. Behrman addresses council. And we'll just do a quick round of introductions so that you're aware of who's here and who's not. And just let you know that Deputy Reeve Lane Johnson, who represents Division 1 west of Taber, is not able to join us today. And Councillor Martin Condor, who represents Division 6. Sorry, I was getting that mixed up. 7, that's what I thought. 7. Okay, I was like, oh, he may be joining us remotely, but not at this time. And then I'm Tamara Mianega, who represents Division 4, Taber North to the Old Man River, and then I'll start over here.
And I represent Division 5. I'm David Torrey, Grassy Lake, Division 3.
Morning, Neil. Division 2, John Tricato.
Division 6, Murray Reynolds, Enchant area.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Bryce Serena, Director of Community Services.
And I'm Lace Lutz. I'm the Legislative and Corporate Affairs Officer.
So we'll turn this time over to you, Neil. Thank you for taking the time to address council.
And good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'd actually like to start out first by giving my apologies to Councillor Torrey. I understand you are my councillor. It's just we have a past relationship with Mr. Tricato there, so I do tend to call him a lot more. It's been a kind of a rush around this past weekend, and I failed to do the background research on the bylaw that was given already concerning this matter. So I quickly stepped into the administration office there and kind of began to understand what the background information actually entails. I understand that this is not a hard and fast rule, that there is council discretion advised pertaining to these lots. And that's ultimately why I'm here. I seek your I seek your approval of this plan that I've laid out in this letter. I think for the betterment of our community in Grassy Lake, I know there's a lot of young young families, and it speaks to the constituents that you effectively serve. And I think it's for the betterment, but of course, careful development as well, and must be thought of. So I'm interested to hear any of your questions pertaining to the letter. I don't really have much more to speak on other than just presenting this to you.
So council, at this time, if you have any questions for Mr. Behrman, you can ask that. I just want to, for those members, which actually all of us happen to sit on MPC, our Municipal Planning Commission, the course of practice would be to have a development application come before MPC, and it would be discretionary to that board whether or not the criteria that they would set for that development, what ideas are recommended, required. We have seen other builds come into our new subdivisions, not Grassy yet, but in Enchant, and then we've put stipulations on the requirements. And I believe that would be the same practice we would follow, and I would look to administration for that confirmation.
Yeah, we do plan to bring the Grassy Lake, the northwest or northeast Grassy Lake subdivision to council in April. And so that will be council's opportunity to take a look at the first time to take a look at the conditions that administration is recommending, consistent with our past lot sales. And so council will have that opportunity to review that in April. That is our plan now, as current stand.
And at that time, would those lots be available for purchase? Are we getting close to that? Because many of us have had inquiries when those will be on the table.
That is the plan. They will be priced and then made available for sale at that point.
Okay, thank you. So council, at this time, any questions? Councillor Chikado.
So, Neil, your letter definitely lays out a plan that I could support. But like the Reeve has mentioned, that coming forward from the Municipal Planning Commission is probably the right thing to do. But I think after this, there might also be a motion for us to ask administration to come up with some alternatives that we might follow in this new development in Grassy Lake. So I think there are measures we could take to ensure that the builds fit within a new community like this, while moving, I guess, experienced homes in. Because I think you can make experienced homes look like new ones if the right things are done. And you've laid that out in your letter as to how you would approach that. And I think that's a very well thought out plan.
If I may, Reeve. So yeah, considering this, I have this sheet from Tom there in the administration, and development of property, and it's pertaining to the Enchant residential land use, but I understand that you're going to probably pass something pertaining to Grassy as well in the near future. The only sentence, I guess they probably wouldn't have access to this, would they?
It's okay.
Yeah.
If you read it in, that'll be fine.
Thank you, Rick. The only sentence that I have a problem with is this last one under 4.1 -A. The purchaser may not place a new or used mobile home or manufactured home or previously occupied home on the property. I believe that that's placing yourself in a box unnecessarily. And I think that while it may create more work for you councillors, I think that it's putting undue, boundaries on what you're capable of doing. So I think that the language may just need to be amended in that last sentence.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, we have your letter. It will be entered into the record, and your comments are recorded and noted by us and our staff. So thank you for taking the time. It's always important to hear other perspectives so that we don't get caught just looking down one tunnel. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I know how a council room can become an echo chamber very quickly.
Yes,
Thank you, councillors.
you're welcome. Okay, at this time, I don't see any other public in the room other than our presenters. So do we have anyone online who's requested to present? Nope, not at this time. All right, so we are going to move right into our delegation. Oh, sorry, yep. So Councillor Takeda has asked to make a motion. So we can do that now, or would you like to wait? You'd like to do that now? Okay, go
Well-
ahead.
Well, it's fresh in my mind.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to make a motion that council direct administration to, with regard to Mr. Behrman's letter, come up with some alternatives in how we might allow a development such as this to come forward.
Okay, so direct administration to look at alternates for previously lived in builds in the Grassy Lake subdivision. Okay. We'll just give that a moment to come up on the screen.
Previously occupied.
Previously occupied.
Just a question on that. One of the other things listed was like mobile, like are there certain manufactured homes that are at the quality level that we would, or they're just like, if that was listed as well, right? So just wondering, because some of these homes that are built and moved are big, beautiful homes, so I'm just not sure, you know, maybe we should look at that whole sentence. Obviously, I don't think we want mobile homes in there, but some of these big homes are not, you know, they would be amazing.
Mhm. Or if we were going to do a mobile home, perhaps there's a set area.
Right.
You know, that's why I think there's some alternatives that we could look at.
Yeah.
Because even the modern day mobile homes look much different than what in our minds. So I think that motion is broad enough with the context of the discussion to give administration something to start with.
I will add that administration does plan to bring other alternatives as well. We did plan to bring some recommendations from experiences we've experienced with previous lot sales. And so this lines up really well with some of the plans that we had as far as coming forward with council.
Excellent. Just when you're ready, Lace, and then we'll let Councillor Takeda review it.
Previously occupied homes. That works.
Does it necessarily have to be in Grassy Lake?
I guess that's the bylaw we'll be passing here shortly, so
Okay,
it pertains to that one.
okay, fair enough.
At least that's my thought on
Yes,
this.
nope. That's a question.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is that council direct administration to provide council with alternative options as it relates to previously occupied homes in the Grassy Lake subdivision. Any further questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to benchmark. Thank you. Welcome. We're appreciative to have you here today. Now, you did just hear the introduction of council, so I won't take your time to do that again, but we'll turn it over to administration to introduce you, and then the floor is yours. So thank you very much. It's for those who aren't, I'll let you introduce the assessment part. Go ahead, Bryce.
Yes, so, and I will actually, I'll leave it open for Director of Corporate Services to add to it, but Logan Wayloggy and Chris Hall are assessors, designated assessors for the MD of Tabor, and they're providing a presentation on their 2026 assessment and taxation.
Mike, are you okay? Okay, so we'll turn it right over to the two of you. Thank you.
Good morning. We appreciate you allowing us to come out and speak with council today. We usually do this on an annual basis. This year with the elections last year, a few new councillors, we do like to go through a bit more of a back to the basics, a bit of a 101 presentation kind of to talk about what assessment is and what service we provide the MD. We are Benchmark Assessment Consultants. We are a private company. We were established about 30 years ago, 1995, when the provincial government decided to put the assessment services responsibility on the municipality themselves, and they decentralized from the province. So Benchmark Assessments was created out of that at that time. Currently, we service about 50 municipalities in southern Alberta. Just a little note, it's one of the newer municipalities we just took on was another county of Lethbridge just decided to hire us to provide their assessment services for us. So now we are pretty much regional rural municipal assessors for southern Alberta here. We have that block now. We did kind of have a circle. Now we've filled in the middle of that circle here. So we have a pretty good understanding of the surrounding area for rural municipalities in southern Alberta. My name is Logan Wayloggy. I'm the appointed assessor for the MD of Taber. Today, again, like I say, we are just going to do kind of a brief one-on-one overview of what assessment is, and then we'll take a look more at what's the year-over-year changes that we're seeing for the assessment base in the MD of Taber, and give a little bit of highlights just for council to understand where the assessments are going to help you with your budgetary and mill rate discussions that you'll have moving forward. So again, I'm Logan Wayloggy. I was born and raised in Coaldale, in southern Alberta area. I've been an assessor for 20 years now. I've worked through many areas in Alberta. I worked up north for 10 years, so for a private company as well, which we got to contract out to another 30 municipalities up there. Then I went a little bit more in-house at City of St. Albert, Sturgeon County. So I have a bit of a background here, and then I moved back home to Lethbridge here, where I started working with Benchmark Assessment Consultants, and I'm currently the head assessor for MD of Taber, Vulcan County, MD of Willow Creek, County of Warner, and then several of the villages that are within those municipalities. I have Chris Hall here. He's actually your lead assessor. He pretty much looks after the majority of the bulk of the workload here at MD of Taber, and so I'm going to turn it over to him to introduce himself, and he'll take you through the presentation today. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Logan. Yeah, so as mentioned, I'm Chris Hall. I've been working in appraisal assessment probably for the last 24 years. I was a fee assessor, appraiser before I came to Benchmark. Did work previously at Lethbridge County. I also help out with County at Warner, Village of Barnwell. That's pretty much it for me, but get right into it. So basically, what is assessment? So property assessment is the process of calculating or assigning a dollar value to each property for the purpose of property taxation. Based on legislation, this can be either market value or regulated value. Market value is defined as what one might expect to realize if a property is sold on the open market by a willing seller, willing buyer. Section 284 of the MGA defines a property as a parcel of land, any improvements or a parcel of land and the improvements that are on it. Regulated value. Now, in the province of Alberta, there are regulated properties that are not assessed at market. Examples are farmland, agricultural use value, railways, machinery and equipment, and linear dip property. Now, these properties, for various reasons, are very difficult to assess using the market value standard. So they are regulated by the province. It's important to note that regulated value does not equal market value, especially when it comes to farmland. As we all know, farmland has increased drastically over many, many years in value, but it's currently at a regulated rate for taxation purposes. Now, what is assessed? So property consists of your land, improvements, or a combination of land and improvements. So anything that improvement-wise is structures, anything attached to that structure, designated manufactured homes, or machinery and equipment is all accessible. Now, it's also important to note that for property are accessible for property tax purposes, but are maybe not be accessible. Examples of that might be water treatment plants, any farm buildings, airport improvements, travel trailers, or any municipal government property. Now, within assessment, an assessor must classify 4 classes of property. Class 1 would be residential property. Class 2 would be your non-residential. Class 3 is farmland, and Class 4 is machinery and equipment.
I just want to jump in there and make a little comment about those 4 classes to the property. Lately, one of the topics that's been coming up has been the non-residential. The Municipal Government Act has allowed municipalities to create a subclass of that. Now, the MDA Tabor was well ahead of this curve. Even we've been the assessors for 5 years, and this was put in place well before then. There was a new provision that councils can create a small business subclass to the non-residential class. This was already established with the MDA Tabor. I do want to just let you know that that has become a bit more of a harder topic with other surrounding rural municipalities. They are more and more looking at that small business tax rate to kind of separate out your small business taxes to the normal tax rate. And as you know, that allows you about a 25% difference between the 2 tax rates, which gives a little bit of a buffer for your small businesses as compared to if you want to start creeping up that mill rate on maybe some of the linear or larger renewable projects. I know that some of the surrounding municipalities are definitely starting to take a look at that. So I just wanted to add that in there really quickly.
Right. How do we prepare our assessments? We do it on a mass appraisal model. What this does is it groups properties using standard methods and common data and allows for statistical testing. So we don't look at every single property individually to do an appraisal. We model based on property's age, style, condition, and any improvements that they have, and we stratify those to come up with a statistical model to do our valuation. It allows us to accurately value a large number of properties in a short amount of time. Because obviously it would take forever to value each property if we would do it to like similar to say a fee appraiser would look at your house and do a valuation. So in Alberta, there are 2 legislated dates by which current certain assessment processes must be complete: the valuation date and the physical condition date. So the valuation date is must reflect the market conditions as of July 1st of the assessment year. So for this 2026 tax year, July 1st, 2025 is the cutoff date. So any sales that happen after that date aren't reflected in the current analysis for 2026 property taxes. That'll be on the next year's. And then there's the condition date, which is reflects the physical condition of a property as of December 31st of the assessment year. So whatever's on the property at that time, as of December 31st, is what is assessable. So if a property is under construction and it's 50% complete, it's only assessed on that progressive percentage. Now, same thing with any valuation, whether it's fee appraisal or assessments. There are 3 approaches to value that we utilize. One is the cost approach, mainly for non-residential and special purpose properties. The sales comparison, which is done with our statistical models on the residential properties. And then the income approach, which includes multifamily, commercial, and industrial properties. Now, being that the MD is a rural municipality, the income approach really doesn't come into consideration. We only have 2 properties where we actually do an income approach on it. Now, the cost approach. So this approach to value is based on the premise that market participants relate the value of the property to the cost of construction. So under this approach, the value of a property is determined by adding the value of the land to the current cost of constructing the improvements and then subtracting an amount for depreciation. It's very reliable when valuing new or nearly new improvements or properties that exchange very seldom in the marketplace, or special use properties such as plants. Like an example would be like a Lamb Weston, for example. Then the sales comparison approach, as mentioned, is based on the premise that the value of property is directly related to the prices of comparable properties. So under this approach, the value is determined by comparing properties similar to the ones being assessed that have recently sold or are listed for sale. Adjustments for differences are then made for the sale price of the comparable properties being analyzed to bring them more in line with the property being assessed. And then the income approach. So this approach is based on the premise that the value of a property reflects the quality and quantity of the income it is expected to generate. So real estate income only, which is based on your lease revenue. The assessor collects the lease rates and expense information, then places the properties into similar groupings based on type, use, age, quality of construction, etc., similar to other approaches, but we assign a market rent to each property based on where it stands in that grouping. Then the assessor then standardizes the deductions for vacancy, any collection losses, operational expenses, and to create a net operating income for the property. Then the value is then determined by taking that net operating income and divide that by a capitalization rate to derive at the value. So capitalization rate represents return on the investment. And then I want to talk about what property. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So, like I mentioned, two properties in the MD that we do this approach on. One is the King Arthur's RV park. We have many similar type RV parks throughout all our different municipalities, so we have relevant data where we can calculate market rents for those, and we then use like an expense ratio and different vacancy rates to determine what their final value is. It's a lot easier to do a property like that on income approach because there's so much to each individual lot, where there's sheds and decks and all that sort of thing. So rather than valuing it on cost, it's much cleaner and more accurate evaluation if you do that on an income approach. The other property that we do that on is the Storage Bros mini storage. We have, again, many other, and because of similar properties in all our municipalities, plus due to its proximity to the MD Tabor, we're able to calculate reliable market rents on that property as well in order to do an income approach. And I'd like to do more income approach valuations on properties that are along that highway corridor, if we can establish market rents for those. And MD Tabor, with the Town of Tabor information that we receive, hopefully in the future I can model those as well and make a better valuation. Now, farmland assessment. So as mentioned, it's not assessed at market value. This property type is assessed based on the regulated rates set by the province and the productive capability of the soil. So for instance, we have two rates: irrigated farmland, which is only $450 an acre, and non-irrigated farmland, which is only $350 an acre. Now, obviously that is not a reflective of market value. Those rates have not changed since late 70s, early 80s. So if a residence is situated on farmland, then 3 acres of that land must be assessed at market value. So we can do a direct comparison for the residential portion to determine the residential valuation. The remaining land then remains assessed using those regulated rates. Now, speaking of the farm residences, just like farm buildings, as mentioned earlier, are exempt from taxation. There's also a rural assessment policy set by the province. So this is an exemption that is applied to residences based on the total assessed value of the farmland owned by the assessed person. So the maximum exemption on a first residence, for instance, would be $61,540. And then the maximum exemption that you could receive on secondary residences are $30,770, which is another nice benefit for farming operations. Now, once we have all our assessment values confirmed for the year, we need to then upload everything to the province using their asset system. It's the Asset Shared Systems Environment. This is a provincial database designed by Municipal Affairs to monitor the quality of the assessments throughout Alberta. So it ensures the assessed values comply with their quality standards. So on an annual basis, municipalities' assessment database must be loaded directly to Asset by February 28th. So we just finalized our assessments, uploaded that to Asset last week for the MD. And any changes made after this date, like if you need to make corrections or changes that result from appeals, then we load those throughout the year as revisions. Now, so now we need to comply with Asset because the role is not legal unless it meets these standards set out in MRAT. So we'll not be able to declare the assessment role until the corrections are made to bring the assessed values into compliance with legislated standards. So basically, Asset could be considered a stage 1 audit that is legislative required to be met by the assessor every year. Municipal Affairs also conducts a more thorough audit known as a detailed audit of all municipalities in Alberta over a 5-year period. So I know, I think it was 2 years ago we had a detailed audit. And then for assessment appeals, the appeal period was changed in 2010 from 30 days to 60 days. So you have 2 levels of appeals. You have a local assessment review board, which is a LARB. Now this is a residential 3 dwellings or less and farmland. And then for everything else, it goes to a composite assessment review board for appeal. Now, as mentioned, there are taxable properties, obviously we've talked a lot about, and exempt properties. The MGA exempts several types of properties from taxation. This would be schools, your churches, cemeteries, hospitals, nursing homes, municipally owned properties, or any crown properties. And then there's also the COPTER, Community Organization Property Tax Exemption Regulation. It allows nonprofits to benefit from some exemptions as well. So moving on, so then there's also then the provincial education requisition. So this is the amount of taxes needed for education set by the province, but are collected by municipality through property taxes. Now, who pays this tax? All property owners do. Does not matter if the property is residential or non-res. Doesn't matter if you have children in school or not. It does not matter if you're a senior citizen. Everybody pays that tax, and that's a common question that we do receive from people. Why do I don't have any kids in school? Why do I have to pay this portion of my property taxes? So before I move on, is there any questions that you might have as far as the assessment process?
I've got a couple. One is unexempted properties. Are they assessed anyway?
Yes, a lot of times we do assess them. Like we do have for schools, for instance, we do assess them. We have evaluation in there for them. Then we use the tax code for exemptions on those properties. We do not do a complete inventory of all farm buildings. A lot of times they're erected without development permits, or they've been around for a long time and we're not aware of all those. But if we do receive a development permit or we do notice new construction, we will add it, but it will just exempt it, just to show that it has, keeps a record of on that property. Because if every one of those properties ever gets subdivided, it's nice to have that inventory of the buildings of that property in case they do become taxable in the future.
And then follow-up question that is not unrelated, but regulated taxes are also machinery and equipment. Could you explain how that works on a property that's taxable? So that would be, let's say, a Lamb Weston or a oil and gas facility. How that works? Because like Lamb Weston, I guess it's easier to think of that. So a portion of that is the land and buildings, but there's also a portion of machinery and equipment. How is that regulated? And how does that, I guess, come together to understand what each property would have to pay?
Okay, good question. So we are allowed to have multiple different tax codes on one assessment and tax notice. And so we would separate out, again, according to those 4 classes in terms of residential, non-residential, and M&E. So you're going to have for a Lamb Weston 2 classes on that property. You're going to have the non-residential aspect, which is going to look at the land and the building. It is at market value still, those aspects of the property, of the real estate. And so, but we're going to use a cost approach. There is no real market out there for properties of that type. Those are unique special purpose properties. So we utilize the cost approach, which is going to be the land value plus cost to build minus depreciation. And then we look at the machinery and equipment. Now, machinery and equipment is regulated under the provincial guidelines. And so that regulated value, there is manuals and guides as to what would be accessible, what would not be accessible. It's heavily relied upon owner information. So they have to submit that information on all their essentially the capital tangible assets. So we would request a list. We want it listed out with the original year built of each piece of equipment. Just give us a bit of a description, any identifier that they would use to keep track of that piece of equipment, and the original cost, the physical, the labor cost to install it, and the cost of the actual equipment. From there, we just have a list of all the machinery and equipment within that municipality, in that property, sorry. And from there are several other regulated values. For instance, it would start at 75%. Even if it's a brand new piece of equipment, it's 25% depreciated automatically. There is a bit of it's a regulated depreciation schedule for machinery and equipment. It also gets an additional 23% reduction off of the final value. So there's a couple different regulated standards that they have, but it is essentially reported costs from the property owner, and then it goes into a formula of exemptions through the regulations. And at that point in time, then it's the same tax rate for both totals. So you'll have a different non-residential tax rate from machine. It might be the same, it could be different. Typically it is supposed to be equal to, but so you will have different tax rates for each category, and then it would just be one total lump sum at the end of the tax notice. I hope that answers some of the questions.
No, it does, it answers it, but then how does that also relate now to renewable energy? So whether that be windmills or solar panels, so, because that also is machinery and equipment, is there also linear involved there?
Technically, the final value is done in a similar manner, but technically linear is a different category than machinery and equipment in itself. It would be under non-residential property. So it is a different classification, but it's essentially still reported costs from the property owners in terms of they would do the exact same thing. So it is treated very similar to how M&E is treated. We take the costs, we get the costs from them. Now this is all run through the province. The designated industrial property assessors up in Edmonton, they look after all the renewable energy projects, all linear properties, all DIP property. And so I'm not as familiar with how the back end works of linear property. We do see how their rates, we do get their reports when they submit those values to us to submit the tax notice to the property owners. We do get to see their calculations. We're not privy to exactly the information that they get from the property owner. So, but it's a very similar calculation. It's a reported cost. They receive the cost. They review the costs. There's some things that are going to be accessible, some things that are non-accessible that they would remove from those costs, and then they would feed it into the calculation as laid out in the regulation.
And then also on renewable, follow-up question to that would be, so my understanding is that they have an escalated depreciated value on renewables. Is that correct?
Their depreciation scale, they look at almost all these projects have their own type of depreciation scales. So, and they have it, that is laid out in the manual. So it does list it when we get the calculation sheets, it does say which depreciation table they're pulling from. A lot of them are very similar. Again, with regulated rates, they can kind of, they have a reason or a rhythm of why they do it that way. But yeah, it might, again, it's not going to be market value. And so whatever schedule they want to use for depreciation, I can't say that it's only renewable. They have many different tables they're using for all different types of properties. And I don't think it's that different from a lot of the other properties. It's just going to be unique to its own. Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving on. All right. So now we'll get into, now that the basics of assessment is kind of wrapped up there. The MD's market change from 2024 to 2025. So like I mentioned, we have the assessment date. So it'll be between July 1st, 2024 to July 1st, 2025. So this includes your increases or decreases in value due to changing market demands for certain locations or physical characteristics. Next chart here is the current assessment base. So this just kind of gives you kind of an overall picture of where the assessment base has been heading over the last 5 years. It's been a steady increase, led by, obviously, the residential has gone up significantly. And then non-res has steadily increased as well. It's a little bit flat over the last year. And then farmland, obviously, since it's regulated, pretty much stays the same. Now, if you look at the MD of Tabor's residential, it's like I said, it's been increasing significantly over the last number of years. You can see the percentage changes there from year to year. Last year wasn't as significant as it was previous years, but then we've seen another uptick where now it's a little over 12%. The assessment base has increased over year over year. If you want to speak to growth a little bit. Sure.
So I have a question on the assessment base. When you're saying it's up 12%, is it also included in there is also new construction? So this isn't just what they see as an increase. There's
Right,
also
that's-
new in there. So does that get separated later on in the slides here?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Exactly. Actually, we're on this slide right now here. So we're looking at growth here now. And so that is exactly the difference. So we look at two different types of categories in terms of an assessment change. What we were just showing was just the total residential assessment from last year to this year. Now we've broken it down into a bit of two different categories. We have a real growth. So that's going to be not just new building, but also renovations. It's going to be actual increase in the value due to some physical change to the property that would add new revenue dollars to the municipality. And then we have inflationary growth, which is going to be more that market-driven growth that's just due to properties selling for more dollars. As you can see at the bottom here, we have just the one category highlighted for residential. We had about $18 million in new residential growth, real growth, new construction, and the inflation is about $103 million of just inflationary measures going up over the last from year to year.
All right, and then similar non-res. The last number of years, it's gone up significantly, but that's also mainly due to a lot of the solar projects coming online. Didn't have anything like that in 2025, so it was just a modest increase in your non-res. Again, looking at the assessment growth there. It's like, if you can go to the next slide, please. I think I got the wrong one in there. Yeah, looks like I accidentally put in the residential one and the non-res one, but like we had mentioned, there isn't a significant amount of growth. Okay. No, that's right. No, sorry.
A couple comments I'll make on the non-residential. What we've seen this year is it was pretty steady in terms of local regionalized growth in terms of industrial and commercial properties. I would say maybe on the non-residential land is something that we've been trying to catch up with over the last several years. Just the land values for non-residential, commercial, industrial land, especially on the highway, is selling for just a higher and higher dollar, and we are trying to still catch up with that market. On the improved, so already previously built properties that have sold and transferred, we're at a pretty consistent value with those already. Our assessments are pretty fair market value there. But what we saw this year, which is leading to pretty much a flat increase or a flat year-over-year change from non-residential, is the linear portion came in with it's a $15 million reduction this year. From what I've heard is that they've now removed a lot of the decommissioned wells and pipelines. It was definitely in the wells and pipeline category that we saw that loss in property value. Another thing is with renewable. So each year with we have they apply an assessment year modifier, which would essentially be an inflationary calculation on the cost to build year over year. In previous last 2 or 3 years, that was running at about a 5 to 6% increase year over year. And when you have a new renewable project, say of $100 million, that 5% definitely adds a significant bump, because for the first 7 years of renewable projects, they don't depreciate. So if you have an increase on the modifier side, you pretty much just get that additional 5% growth. We did not see that this year. So the renewables, AYMs were more of a reasonable 2.5% increase. And so then depreciation kind of ate that up already. And then again, that loss of the wells and pipeline led to essentially the loss in linear pretty much ate through all the real growth we had just in the general area of new construction. So we are pretty flat on the non-residential portion for this year.
Yeah, sorry, I did have the correct one in there. Okay. And then, farmland. Really, this doesn't really change much from year to year.
Just before you go on to
Yeah,
farmland,
sure.
because I think we should
Yeah.
talk about that. So
Absolutely.
if we go to that linear non-residential line, the negative 15 million, and when you look at what the number is for 2025, based on the trend that you're seeing in our municipality and others, is this an expectation that we'll see a reduction by this amount year to year? Or is this a noticeable difference based on reclamation? Or I'm just like, oh, if we go down by 15 million every year, we are
You can
really
raise to
seeing a
zero.
significant change in how we're going to manage our mill rates.
I haven't had any confirmation from the province on this. Again, this is just through other assessors that we've had discussions with. It sounds like this drop in the pipeline and wells was, I believe this is also from companies that weren't even paying taxes. So it should be neutral to the municipality. They're just kind of cleaning up those books, getting rid of the deactivated wells and pipelines. And so we're hoping that's just a 1 year transition where they're just cleaning up their books and making sure we're getting rid of the assets that are no longer paying taxes. So we can't predict anything, but we're hoping that's just a 1 year transition. And I guess time will tell on that. But
And I recognize that's not Benchmark's role, but it's just, you have the best insight for me on that. Councillor Chikado, you're okay?
Okay, perfect, thank you. Yeah, and like I mentioned on farmland, it doesn't really increase or decrease very much from year to year. Typically, it does decrease, and that's mainly due to subdivisions taking out acres out of the farmland pool. Otherwise, it's all regulated. It should be pretty steady. Okay, now
I have a question on that.
yeah, sure.
But we do have quite a bit of irrigated acres being released, and so dry land is being converted to irrigated. I would think we would see, because that's happening fairly aggressively in our area, and we're not, and I don't see any increases, or it's just been going down. Do they catch that? Like, how do we,
Well, yeah, that, and we also have to rely on information provided by the irrigation districts. And we don't always get all the information for, as far as that goes. So we ask, don't always receive. So, it's just like anything else that's reported.
it should have a positive effect overall. But at the same time, again, yes, we do need to get that reported to us. We will ask again and again. At the same time, it is very minimal. As you mentioned there, it's only that $100 difference from being irrigated to non-irrigated. And those are at the top rates where it's the perfect quarter section to as terms of productivity value, where it's not even actually, we're not even getting that 450 rate on any actual quarter section. It gets deducted depending on stone rating, topography, the overall soil type. And so it gets cut down. In the end, it might just be, $269 per acre in the end for the assessment. But overall, yes, when you do have that growth, as you've mentioned, and then it just takes time for us to get that feedback of where all those water rights went.
Ernie?
I've got a question. Do you anticipate that assessment changing at any point in time?
For farmland,
Yeah.
on a legislative level.
Yes.
I don't know if there's that much appetite from the politicians to do that. It's possible. I think the cities would like to see it happen, and I think they would like to more and more see it happen in today's terms because of the education requisition and how that's calculated. I believe that they might be seeing a mismatch of where they feel like they're taking the brunt of this education requisition coming down. I feel like, well, we just had our turn a couple of years ago and now it's their turn. We didn't hear as much complaining a couple of years ago. But, you know, they're going to push it. They're going to want to see, and for their own reasonings too. I mean, they're under the same legislation where they have a lot of rural areas that's developable land that's being assessed at $350 an acre when it's worth millions per acre. So they have reason to want it at market value as well. It is possible they could. No, I think there's still provisions in the Municipal Government Act, just the fact that we have farmland classed as its own type of property, and so we can control the mill rate on that. So even if they were to say we're going to market value on all the farmland, the council has the ability to bring down the mill rate to essentially tax the same amount of taxes per quarter section as they did previously. So it wouldn't be as a scary transition as it might sound up front. But that's just as long as council were to make those changes. So yes.
Councillor Tory?
I'm just new. What happened a couple of years ago where
I think that just we saw the way education requisition is calculated is based off of the so for 2026 taxes, the education requisition is based off of the 2024 assessment year, and so I feel we were going up at a pretty good rate on terms of our market value. And so if we're going up at 12% and they're only going up at 2%, for instance, what happened in the cities is they had a lot of the downtown values come off of their assessment roll. That was one of their notable, where it was shifting a lot of that tax burden from the downtown to the outside skirts. Well, if their assessment base was coming down at a low, higher rate, then their education requisition is not going to be like our education requisition if we're going up at 7-8%. Now that's kind of turned. It'll fluctuate every year. And so it's just the way the numbers are going to work out. I'm sure we also will have a pretty significant increase this year as well, just like most municipalities, just because the education budget has gone up so much.
All right. Okay. So so after the increase in the actual assessment base, now we can look at market change. So we've broken it down per division. It ranges between 9-13% depending on where you're located. You can see the Division 2, Division 1 are a little bit less, but there's usually a lot more sales that happen in those areas that are closer to town. So we're able to keep up with market values on those a little bit better. So we haven't experienced as much of an increase just because we're more on top of the market value, whereas we get to more rural areas like Hayes, for instance, we haven't had a lot of sales over the last number of years there. So we tend to be a little bit conservative in our increases. But just in this last 2-3 years, though, Hayes has experienced a significant amount of sales that we're able to then model correctly, and so that's why it's experienced probably the highest percentage change, just because we're trying to play catch up to what the actual market should be out there. You don't want to get caught increasing, with at the same rate as everywhere else when actually maybe it didn't increase that much, for instance. So that's why, in 1 year it's increased significantly. But then at the same token, you're looking at properties that might be a little bit lower in value. So the percentage increases has a little bit more of an effect. It shows more of a severe increase than it actually is. Like say a $100,000 property going up to 120,000, for instance, is really not significant, but percentage wise, it can be. The Grassy Lake area was on our reinspection cycle this year. The hamlet itself was actually we're pretty on top of that because the amount of sales that we do get in that, because it is our largest hamlet. So that was okay. It was just the rural part of it's kind of similar to Hayes. Again, with Grassy Lake, the last I think the previous assessor actually did a reassessment in 2018, which is pretty reasonable time frame considering a lot of the other real rural stuff. You know, as we've mentioned in previous years, you know, they haven't been re-inspected in a number of years. So we also not only have the market value increases on properties like that, but the changes in properties that weren't captured over a period of time just because they weren't re-inspected. So that's where you would get some of those larger increases. And so overall, we've over the last 2-3 years, the MD has experienced significant residential market change, just like everywhere else. Especially there's a high demand for acreage properties, for instance, and the acreage property valuations have really been going up significantly.
Councillor Takeda?
So I've made an assumption that this slide here is talking about residential properties because it doesn't really, I guess, say that on the slide.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's for residential property. Yeah. There's not a lot, like we mentioned, there's not a lot to talk about for the non-res. We don't really have a lot of non-residential property. So when we look at your market change in your division, it's going to be, these are residential changes. This year, we'll be doing, my reinspection cycle is going to be the Division 2, so Tabor South. So we'll see when I get into it, you know, how often those properties were inspected into the past, if there's going to be a lot of changes or not. So we could expect to see that if they haven't been inspected recently, there could be a little bit more change there than what we've previously had. And then to complete our 7-year cycle, then the year after will be the Barnwell Division 1 areas on our last. So then we would, after that 7 years, would have essentially looked at every single property within the MD.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe have you expand for those who are watching and those of us around the table, just to remind us that that's your goal in 7 years to have a reinspection cycle. And then could you just also comment on how, when you see a new development permit, how that process happens?
Yeah, sure. So we base our reinspection cycle on each electoral division. So I'll inspect one complete division per year. So it is on a 7-year cycle. We're going into year 6 of that. And then after that, all properties within the MD would have been looked at over those 7 years. Now, typically what happens, so if we get a new development permit for, say a new house, for instance, I'll take that development permit, I'll get the plans, I'll upload everything into our system, make my notes. Then as I'll also do, it's called what we call our annual inspection. So that'll add to my annual inspection cycle on top of the reinspection cycle for a particular area. So I'll go and look at those properties maybe once or twice per year, usually in the fall, towards the end of the year, because of the condition date of December 31st. So as long as I have all properties looked at that have a development permit prior to December 31st, then whatever is on that property at that time will be accessible, however progressive it is.
So since my division is going to be the one that's going to be re-inspected this year, what can the residents of Tabor South expect to see when their home is being re-inspected? Just trying to understand how that might work.
The process.
The process?
Sure. It used to be where we would knock on every single door, talk to the homeowner, come into the property. We bring our assessment information with us on my iPad. I'll look at the property from the exterior to start with, see if there's been any changes. Everything looks pretty reasonable, what the upkeep is, try to determine any depreciation that might have occurred if there's, the property's unkempt, or if they've made any changes, say they added an addition, they didn't take a permit on it, for instance. Well, then that would require a knock on the door. Hopefully talk to the homeowner. If not, we'll leave a card. I'll be driving a marked vehicle. that has our benchmark placard on the side, so they can understand that I'm there to look at the property. So I might drive into the yard if it's not very visible by the road. It will update our photo record. If it's necessary, then I'll stop, barring there's no dogs or something like that. I'll knock on the door. Hopefully, talk to the homeowner. If not, I'll leave a callback card for them to with a reason on my visit. Any question that I might have, they can call the office. Then I can ask the homeowner that way if for any kind of changes. And typically, if I see somebody in the yard, I'll talk to them and explain to them why I'm there. Whether it's looking at their new shop or they have a development permit for an addition or something like that. I'll explain to them why I'm there. I need to take a photo. It's not always necessary to do an interior walkthrough, so we're not that invasive. We try to do everything we can exterior wise. A lot of the times when properties haven't been looked at for a long time, it's usually basement finish is probably the number one thing that we ask for, because we don't necessarily get a development permit for basement finish, right? So if a property was developed 10 years ago, well, in that time they might have developed a basement. That's probably one of the more common things that we look for. And obviously some people, they will build, they don't think they need a permit, or they will build a structure that is accessible, and so we might need to measure that or ask further questions on it.
Thank you.
All right, so just to summarize, property assessments, the process of annually assigning a dollar value to property for taxation purposes, and council sets the appropriate tax rates for each assessment class and income class to raise revenue for the municipality, the provincial education requisition, and management bodies. And the property assessment is simply a mechanism to fairly and equitably distribute the tax burden amongst all property owners. Other than that, any other questions, concerns?
No, I think it's very useful information. When our assessments come out, do we have a date for that approximately? Oh, Mike's.
We don't have a date at this time, but we do have the data from Benchmark to upload into our new system. So they're working with our new implementer to get that uploaded and to be able to send them out soon.
Thank you. And once there is a date set, then and once they're set and everyone is reasonable about this, there's 60 days that you have to review your assessment. And if you choose to appeal it, there is a detailed process on the back of the assessment page. The phone number for Benchmark is on that assessment page, plus it's on our website, and they're very accessible. So even if you have a question on your assessment that comes out, or on what would a new build on this quarter be assessed at, I really recommend people to give Chris a call or Logan, just so that you can make sure you are understanding your assessment. And I think if you have a question on your assessment, you see a significant change, it is worth the call first before you decide to appeal, because we're all human and maybe there's a rationale, and then you still may decide to appeal it. And that is absolutely your prerogative, and that process is in place on purpose. But I think we have a strong relationship with Benchmark. They're absolutely independent of the MD of Taber. We don't have any influence on them, but it is worthwhile to call and ask your assessment questions. At our municipal planning commission, our MPC, we added it as an informative. If you have a development permit, you should call Benchmark, so you understand that your $500,000 house. I'm just going to make note, Councillor Martin Condor has just joined us. So just so that you're aware, and if Councillor Condor has questions, then he can ask. If you're going to build a $500,000 house and then you're shocked, or that your taxes are, I don't know, $8,000 or whatever your assessment is, it's good for you to understand what those ongoing costs are. And I realize most people do, but we have had some people optimize our second dwelling on the new land use bylaw, and we're surprised that their taxes almost doubled. Well, you put a second structure on that piece of property. So the call to benchmark, whether it be development or you're considering development or you have a question on your actual assessment, I encourage you to call benchmark.
Right.
Council, do you have any further questions before we give them the wrap up? Okay, we'll turn it over to you for final comments.
I'll just add to what you mentioned there in
Yes.
terms of, yes, the information we can provide property owners. We do have reports with the basic information. Again, when Chris mentioned that we don't typically go inside, it's because we are just looking at basic features of each property. So how many bathrooms, do you have fireplaces? A lot of the calculation is wrapped up in how we group the properties with the size, quality, the area of construction, the design of the house. And so that's kind of already captured as what we would think is typical in terms of, for instance, a high-end home is going to be valued with high-end homes, is going to start at a higher price per square foot. But the details is where we might be out, where you can call in and verify just some of the basic details. Again, how many bathrooms do we have, basement finish, the size of the house, any interior renovations over time. And those are where people can definitely call and just do a quick 5-10 minute conversation with us. Just make sure that they feel comfortable knowing what we have on the assessment and how we are preparing that assessment. So I do agree. Please call just to verify those details. It definitely helps on both ends, where we have a better understanding of the property and you have a better understanding of what we do to value the property.
Thank you. Administration, did you have anything you wanted to add? Nope, not at this time. Well, Chris and Logan, we appreciate the time that you've taken for council, but more so we appreciate the relationship that you have with the MD of Taber residents. I think that's very important. So we look forward to an ongoing relationship with you as our assessor.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, council, I would propose we take a 5-minute break as we get ready for our next presenter. So just give you a moment for 5 minutes and then they can get the next slides and everything set up. resume our meeting. We're very fortunate to have Jackie Seeley from STARS here. We're going to do a council introduction and an administration introduction, and then we'll turn it over to Bryce to introduce, and then we'll go to you. So I will just let you know that Deputy Reeve Lane is not available here today, but he represents Tabor West. And then Councillor Martin Condor is online and can see your presentation and will participate as he chooses. And then my name's Tamara Mianega, Division 4, and I represent Tabor North to the Old Man, and then I'll turn it over here. And SMRID, we won't do this duplicate since you can hear this discussion.
Well, I'm Ernie Peters, I represent Division 5.
I'm David Torrey, Grassy Lake Area, Division 3.
John Tricato, Tabor South to Chin Reservoir, Division 2.
Murray Reynolds, Division 6, Inchin area.
Bryce Serena, Director of Community Services.
I'm Lise Lutz. I'm the Legislative and Corporate Affairs Officer.
Mike Passy, Director of Corporate Services.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Reeve Mianega. Yeah, Jackie Seeley is here today. She continues to provide updates to the MD of Tabor with respect to STARS and their operations and their activities within the MD of Tabor. And so she had submitted for an opportunity today as well. So she's provided a presentation, and I'll just let her dive right into it. So thanks, Jackie.
All right, thank you very much, Bryce, and very good to be back at the MD to bring you your annual update from STARS and meet the new counselors. So yeah, I'm Jackie Seeley, and I do live in the small town of Bassano, work remotely for STARS, and travel all over southern Alberta, or beautiful southern Alberta. I worked in nonprofit for a long time and also served on our council in the town of Bassano, so I can really appreciate the work that you do for the MD. STARS has been providing critical care for over 40 years now. We celebrated our 40th anniversary back in December with over 63,000 missions flown since the beginning. STARS is your best hope in a worst case scenario. And as a charitable organization, we continue to operate at no cost to the patient, thanks to donors like you. We do have a new CEO at STARS for about a year now, and that's Dr. John Froh. And so Dr. Froh was our previous chief medical director. And so he is also a critical care expert like our founder, Dr. Powell. And so he's been at STARS since 2012 and really brings a lot of that innovation and, critical care expertise to the role. Sadly, our founder, Dr. Powell, did pass away at the end of April 2025. He was our first CEO at STARS for many years. And really, STARS began when a pregnant woman died from blood loss from a rural community before she could get to the care that she needed. And at the time, Dr. Powell was the head of Foothills Emergency, and he said her death was one too many and something had to be done to give Albertans a better chance at survival. And so they rolled up their sleeves, him and the other founders of STARS, and began the work to literally get STARS off the ground. Next slide, please. STARS was originally Lions Air Ambulance, as you can see in the bottom left, and that's because the Lions were great supporters of STARS in the beginning with helping us lease a helicopter and get going, and many Lions clubs still support STARS today, so we appreciate that. In the middle there, you can see our VK117 helicopter, and that helicopter served us well at STARS for 37 years. In 2021, we began phasing in a new fleet of 10 H145 helicopters that are identically medically equipped, even have Bluetooth integrated Wi-Fi and satellite connectivity. So we'll talk more about that probably at next year's presentation, but so much technology on these helicopters. So we do have 6 bases across Western Canada, 3 in Alberta, Calgary, Edmonton, and Grand Prairie, 2 in Saskatchewan, Saskatoon and Regina, and 1 in Winnipeg, Manitoba. From Alberta, we do fly a number of missions also into southeast BC and up into northeast BC. As you can see in this photo, this was our very first patient ever flown. That mission December 1st of 1985 for critically ill newborn Kelly Waldron. So here's Kelly with her family and her children. And I think as community members, it's really something to reflect on the ripple effect of a life saved and the positive impact it has on a community when we haven't experienced a loss. Next slide, please. We do work with multiple partners in the chain of survival. And as you can see in this photo, this was where 2 assets responded to a collision type of incident with multiple patients. And so we work also with your fire departments who help us with the safe landing of the helicopter. And so greatly appreciate them keeping everyone safe in the situation and often being with the patient and with EMS until STARS can arrive. And of course, we have a number of other partners here in the chain of survival as listed. STARS does have the night vision goggle capability, so we're available 24/7 with our world-class crew. Next slide, please. These are the types of missions that we fly for. So we keep very close track of all missions flown, and with that, recording what type of mission it was. So cardiac is now the #1 mission flown for, with 21% of the missions being cardiac. And then vehicle incidents now coming in second at 19%. Then all kinds of other trauma-related illnesses and injuries recorded separately there. Next slide, please. So here is a 5-year mission overview of missions within the MD's boundaries. So as you can see, since 2021, 61 missions flown. So on average, 12 per year, 1 every month. So far in 2026, we've already had 4 missions up until about a week ago. So there's probably a couple more. There could be another one added to that. So what's usually happening is if the patient is ill or injured, they're brought in by ground ambulance to the hospital or by Halo to the hospital. And then if still critical, STARS is called to take that patient to tertiary care in Calgary. And then the remainder of the calls are scene calls throughout the area where it's been an accident and we know right away it is already critical and we're on the way. Next slide, please. So how is this all made possible? Where does the funding come from? Well, the STARS lottery is underway right now. And so tickets are on sale at ab.starslottery.ca up until March 20th, with over 2,000 prizes to be won. And then the draws will take place on March 31st. So that is our largest fundraiser at STARS, almost bringing in enough proceeds to pay for 1 base. Next slide, please. The overall funding model, we have direct operating costs of 36.6 million. 15 million of that coming from the Alberta government. So Alberta Health Services is our largest donor, grateful for the sustainability that funding provides us. And so that is block funding, no matter how many missions that we fly. And then after that, like I said, the STARS lottery brings in, between 10 and 12 million. And then after that, we still have about 21 million 11 million after that to fundraise. And that comes from corporate business and individual donations, community-driven fundraisers. Like in this area, of course, the Tabor Charity Auction will be happening again soon. And
April 11th.
April 11th, yes. And so that's been taking place for 30 years now. This year will be the 30th. And we were proud to honor the Tabor Charity Auction Committee with a second logo unveiling on our helicopter last summer too. So thank you for coming out to that event. They were quite excited. And also the Real Estate Center runs a fundraiser down in this area too, so appreciative of those. Then, of course, a number of events across Alberta. These are Alberta numbers alone. And the municipal initiative is also another sustainable pillar of funding for STARS. Next slide, please. So here we have a map of Alberta and Northeast BC. Municipalities recognize STARS as a part of, basically an extension to the emergency services provided in their community. And with that, we have over 95% of municipalities in a life-saving partnership with STARS. So the map here shows the different levels of support. The light gray areas are under the $2 per capita. And then that sea of navy blue across the map is our regional leaders that are from $2 per capita, anywhere up to $90 per capita. Our provincial leaders are shown in the teal green. We have 9 provincial leaders. And this is where they have STARS on, as a line item in their emergency protective services budget, and often on a standing motion at a fixed rate of support. Last year, we recognized Rocky View County for reaching 1 million in cumulative giving. So we flew the helicopter out there and had a nice event. And this year we'll recognize 2 more, Foothills County and also Mountain View County. Regional partnerships continue to grow across the province. And so this is where the county or MD, as well as the towns and villages within that municipality's boundaries, are all in a united support of STARS. So very proud to say that the MD does have a full regional partnership with the MD, the town, and Barnwell and Vauxhall all participating. So very thankful for that. A few non-supporting areas, but overall very thankful for the level of support we have. This creates such a robust health and safety network for rural Alberta. We were born to serve you. Next slide, please. To speak to our crew, every year we send a team of 2 to an International Air Medical Transport Conference simulation competition. And so this year at this competition, we basically they replicated a farm accident with 5 critically ill and injured patients. And so our team had to, triage these patients and treat them in a changing environment. And so again, our team was graded on their timing, decision-making, and outcome of the patient. And with that, we actually took first place again this year worldwide. And so in the 24 years, we have always been within the top 3, and 9 of those years now, we have been in first place. So very proud of the crew, but what I really want to emphasize here is that this is what you're investing in, and for the very best chance at survival for the ratepayers in your area and wherever they may travel across Western Canada, that we're bringing the highest level of critical care right to the patient's side. Next slide, please. So thank you, MD of Taber, for being part of our municipal initiative and joining us in a life-saving partnership. Thank you for your $1 per capita on a standing motion that really creates a sustainability for us and reliable funding. So a life is saved every day, and your partnership continues to make it possible.
Thank you, Jackie. And congratulations to your team on their award this year and the incredible technical skills that they bring to our emergency care. At this time, Council, I give you an opportunity to ask any questions or make any statements that you'd like. And then just so you're aware, we will do a photo at the end. Go ahead.
I just have a
Councillor
quick
Tory.
question about the charity auction. Can we put things in that auction?
As individuals?
Yeah, like are there things that can be donated, like, or how does this auction go?
Oh, yeah. So it's been going on for 30 years. They put out a standard letter. I'll make sure I get you a
Okay.
copy. And the MD of Taber also contributes.
Okay, I do have a comment. One of my best friends in the world and my first cousin was told he was having anxiety attacks and he was driving his tractor out in Fort McLeod. And just as he stumbled out of the tractor to die on the ground, he was able to call his wife and say, "I'm not doing well." Anyway, and stars got him. Anyway, he was dead for quite a while. He's as normal as he ever was now. And I think he's in some of your promotional videos, Clayton, it was a really, but he's such an important part of our family. It would just be hard to imagine life without him. And anyway, stars, he would have been, it just emphasizes the rural nature of some of these accidents that so far from help, there would have been no way to save him without the helicopter for sure. So thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for sharing that.
So I just have a couple other comments. I just would really like to thank STARS in the relationship that they have with our MD of Taber Regional Fire Department, whether it be on the training side or the support when they're at a critical incident. The relationship is strong, and we are very grateful that you work so well in tandem with them. And we learn from you, and it has saved lives. So thank you very much for that. And, you know, when we look at this council table, I too have one of your missions were flown from our farm highway accident. And I'm very thankful to say that both of those men are alive and well. And thank you to the mission flown by STARS and the support of HALO. For those who aren't aware, the other dollar that we choose to contribute does go to HALO. And the strong relationship between those two emergency providers is incredible. And we are really glad to see what has come to fruition from that. And we recognize the value that STARS brings to our area.
Thank you so very much. And I will pass on your comments to our training team as well.
Do you have anything you'd like to add at this time?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Thanks.
So if you have any wrap up things, and then we'll go from there.
Well, yes, absolutely. So we're very proud of having this partnership here in Southeast Alberta, having a full regional partnership within the MD, and having you as a leader to say that, hey, we're investing in giving residents the best chance at survival. So with that, we'd like to honor you with a plaque in recognition of our life-saving partnership. So here I have a photo of the helicopter, and you can even see multiple partners of the chain of survival in the background here, ground ambulance and police. And I would imagine that the fire department's behind the camera, blocking off the highway. So I'd love a photo opportunity if council would like.
Absolutely. And just so that I have a final opportunity, we do commend all the originating and continuing members of the Taber Charity Auction. Not only did they've exceeded the amount they ever anticipated in donating to STARS, they are also one of the sustaining charity givers, right from breakfast clubs to the fire training centers to food banks and many more. But their origin started with supporting STARS. And they, like you said, the auction will be on April 11th, so we invite all our community members and residents to continue supporting STARS in that capacity as well in their regular donation. So at this time, thank you very much for the plaque. We will do a photo op.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. So just while we're getting set up for the next presenter, I'm going to go backwards and get a motion to accept the benchmark assessment presentation.
I can give you that motion.
Okay, so John gives the motion to receive the benchmark presentation. Those in favor? And then the STARS presentation and gift of the photo.
I can give you that motion.
Councillor Reynolds, thank you. And any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Do you get those, Lace? So Councillor Takeda and then Councillor Reynolds. Yes, Councillor Condor is online. And Councillor Condor, if, just let me know or let Lace know if you have a question as we continue on.
Okay, you just want me to tap in whenever I do then?
Yeah, absolutely. Even if you interrupt it, if we don't see your hand up on there, we can hear you loud and clear. So thank you for your attendance.
Okay.
So we'd like to welcome St. Mary's Irrigation District. They're here to do a chin update. You heard all of our introductions, so just to note, Councillor Condor is online, and I will have our staff introduce the topic, and then the floor will be yours. So thank you very much for attending.
Thanks for meeting. I don't have too much extra to add. I'll just turn it over as the Chin West Dam rehabilitation presentation from SMRID.
Okay, now we're live. All right. So anything I say is on record. All right. It's been a while since we've met with the MD Council. I believe it was in 2023 when we presented the overall Chin Reservoir Expansion Project. This presentation is going to focus on the rehabilitation project that's taking place at the Chin West Dam, located at the boundary between the MD-Tabor and the Lethbridge County. I'm Travis Jeremia. I'm with the St. Mary River Irrigation District. With me is Jeff Olich, VP of Water Resources with MPE, also project manager for this project. So the agenda for this presentation, we're going to go over the goals that we're looking to achieve from the project. We will cover the overall layout of what the project is going to entail. We will look through the anticipated stages of the project with a corresponding schedule. And finally, we will touch on a few of the aspects that are pertinent to the MD-Tabor as the local road authority. The priorities of the project are we're aiming to achieve is to replace the low-level outlet structure, which was constructed 70 years ago. This represents the bulk of the work of the project, probably at least 20 or 75 to 60% of the cost of the project. Additionally, we'll be stabilizing the Chin West Dam primarily by flattening the back slopes and spreading the load out over the foundation. We will be abandoning the existing low-level outlet structure, and I'll explain that in greater detail on preceding slides, and raising the West Dam by 4.6 meters to allow for the future raising of the Chin Reservoir water level. And then finally, an aspect I'll touch on briefly is a future excavation of an inlet channel inside the reservoir, which has its own nuances associated with that. So the amount of earth that's going to be moved on this project is in the order of 2.5 million cubic meters of clay overburden or bedrock. So that's really the majority of the work on this project is the earth moving components of it. Another significant component of it is the low-level outlet structure, which will require 5,300 cubic meters of structural concrete. To put that into perspective, the Chin Chute project, which some of you got an opportunity to tour when that was under construction, that project was 2,500 cubic meters of structural concrete. So we're over double with this project. We will require roughly 100,000 tons of filter sands to make up the drainage materials into the dams that we're rehabilitating. And then a corresponding 100,000 tons of riprap for armoring the inlet and outlet channels, and as well as the new dam face. So I'm going to assume not everybody is fully aware of the network here that we have, but here is our Chin Reservoir, water that is entering and stored in Chin Reservoir flows through the irrigation outlet structure that we have here. So all these works, including the West Dam, were built in 1953, built on fairly poor soils. Foundation settlement occurred, structural cracks in the existing outlet structure formed. It's been an ongoing maintenance item. It's time for replacement for the structure. It's reached the end of its design life of 75 years. So to achieve that goal is to relocate the low-level outlet structure on the south abutment of the dam here. It's going to be located at the same elevation as the existing reservoir, or as the existing low-level outlet structure, so that you're not losing storage at those low water levels, right? So from there, the outlet channel and the inlet channel will be excavated. The dirt from these areas will be used to build up the tow berms, as well as raise the dam. There's going to be a surplus of dirt that's going to be generated. Working with the local Hutterite colony, Lakeside colony, we're going to take their field out of production for the duration of the project in this area here, strip back the topsoil subsoils, spread the waste material, rough grade it, and then reclaim the area for farming purposes. So this was an alternative to leaving just a giant pile of 1.5 million cubic meters of bedrock, which would serve no purpose otherwise. Currently, we are in the request for qualification stage, so that package went out on February 11th. Oh, actually, sorry, I have to back up here. Okay. So with the relocation of this low-level outlet structure, we have created a bit of an issue for ourselves. We went through several different design iterations, and this ended up ultimately being the best solution going forward. The problem, though, that we have created for ourselves is, even though we're putting this structure at the same elevation as the existing structure is currently, there's a bench below the water level in this area here. So this area will, say we run into a drought, it's going to hold back water, roughly 30,000 acre feet of storage. We are discussing the feasibility, and it looks likely that we'll have to do it. We'll have to do a coordinated drawdown of the reservoir, maybe one off season, and go in with equipment to excavate this. And it's primarily bedrock. It's not something that can be dredged and something like that. So we will try to time this up with other projects that are occurring for the Chin Reservoir expansion, such as the Highway 36 bridge, any structures that we have to put into the existing East Dam to prepare for filling of the new expansion area when that East Dam project is completed. And then also some modifications that we need to make to existing pump structures around the Chin Reservoir. So we will use that opportunity to get other work done that is taking place on Chin Reservoir anyways, right? So yeah, so as mentioned, we're in the request for qualification stage. The contractors are to submit their proposals next week, Monday, on the 16th. We will go through the contractor screening process. April 1st, we will release the project for tender. That will take place over the course of 4 weeks. By the beginning of May, they will submit their tender prices, and we will award the project middle of May. So the earliest that contractor mobilization will take place will be in May 2026 this year. The next slides cover the stages of the project and compare it against an optimistic schedule. We'll discuss the schedule towards the end of this section here. So the first aspect of the project will be to construct a public bypass road so that we can keep the roadway open for as long a duration as possible. This will be a single lane. It'll be controlled by traffic devices at either end. And the location of this will make more sense in subsequent slides. This is, when we first presented to council in 2023, there was discussion of actually having to keep this road closed throughout the project. We feel that this was a good alternative. The neighborhood that we engaged with, they initially expressed some displeasure with being not being able to use this road for the duration of the project, but ultimately, like, they understood that the importance of this project to their operations was beneficial to have this. But we prepared this option as a good way of keeping things flowing, right? And given the duration of the project, there's less impacts now to the neighborhood there. So when it comes to considering public advertisements, we will have to, state that travelers should expect delays coming through this area here. At some point, either this year in July or in August, or in July, August of 2027, a cofferdam will need to be installed inside the reservoir. This isn't immediately required because the layout of the land allows us to work in this area here. But this cofferdam will be required for us to excavate the inlet channel here. And this is going to achieve containment of the reservoir from the excavation area that we're taking on. And with this slide, you can understand the placement of the public bypass road. So this area in red, this will be the location of the new irrigation outlet structure. The excavation depths that we have to go through is up to 34 meters of soil, but 75% bedrock, which is more of a clay, sandstone, shale type of material. So for this portion of the work, because we are excavating through Range Road 182, it's necessary to have the public bypass road in place. So that's why it's one of the first aspects of the project. While that is occurring, phase one of the work on the existing dam will take place, and that'll be filling in this area here with the stabilizing tow berm. Now we're only going to extend 2/3 of the way across the length of the dam because we have to maintain flows through the existing irrigation outlet structure while the rest of the project is occurring. As I mentioned earlier, the dam was originally built on poorly consolidated soils. As such, since its construction, it's settled 1.3 meters and caused stress to the structural concrete of the existing irrigation outlet structure. So one thing that we're going to be looking at very closely as this work is taking place is the buildup of pore pressures inside the soil so that we don't create stability issues and settlements that create an engineering challenge. So that will be monitored while we're doing construction. Once the new structure is completed, so the concrete is poured, a new dam is installed in this wedge that we've excavated. The outlet and the inlet channels will be excavated, rip-wrapped, and the gates for the structure commissioned. And at this point, the public bypass road will be removed, and eventually the cofferdam in this area here will be removed as well. At that point, that structure will be operational and put into service, and then we can move on to the decommissioning of the existing outlet structure. So this is going to be abandoned in place. The downstream ends of the conduits are going to be cut on their inside and then filled with a combination of bentonite and grout. And there's an opportunity for us to do something interesting with the upstream ends of the conduits, and I'll touch on that in a little bit more detail here. Finally, once that part of the project is done, we can finish off with the stabilizing toe berm. And then once that aspect is done, we can move along to the raising of the dam. So the overall larger project, the Chin Reservoir Expansion Project, raises the full supply level of the reservoir by 2.6 meters. So to put that into perspective, if you've driven across Chin West Dam, that elevation is 864. That will be the new full supply level of the reservoir. So to allow for that, we have to raise the dam by 4.6 meters. And so we're building not on top of the dam, it's kind of going to go offside. So the existing center line alignment of the road is going to shift slightly. So during this time, and we anticipate this is going to take 4 to 5 months to complete, we will require a complete shutdown of the roadway because we can't have public vehicles interacting with construction equipment at that time. And then at that stage, the project will be wrapped up. The installation of traffic safety devices and signage will occur. And then we'll get into the schedule here. So the schedule that I included on those slides is represented by this optimistic schedule here. So we're looking probably best case, 41 months of construction. Somewhat more pessimistic schedule will be 56 months of construction, so 3.5 to 4.5 years. So we're looking to get some feedback from our contractors that have the RFQ package out right now. We're going to see what their schedules are and dictate in our tender package what the schedule needs to be for this project. So it's a long-term project. It's going to be an impact. Pertaining more specifically to the road authority, the public bypass roads will be the first item constructed. This will be maintained by the contractor. It'll be a 6-meter wide road surface, so one-way traffic, and at both intersections, there'll be traffic control devices to limit the flow of traffic coming through. So they'll be on a timer or something like that. Stafford Boulevard, so there's a community downstream of the West Dam within the MD of Taber. We've been working with MD of Taber staff to determine an appropriate realignment of this road, because with the raising of the dam, the geometry of the existing alignment was going to be too steep. So working with Corey and his team, we've come up with this alignment that meets the MD of Taber road specifications. There'll be a culvert installed here to take on drainage. So part of our, the MD of Taber will have their own traffic accommodation plans that our contractor will have to submit. The contractor will be required to provide notification to the MD when this work is going to begin. I've already sent out corresponding letters to the lot owners of this community here, informing them of the project and that this realignment will be taking place at some point in the future and that was delivered last week. So as mentioned, the raising of the dam, the existing center line is about where my cursor is right here. With raising the dam, it shifts it over slightly. So and this will be work that will need to take place in the summer because we cannot have frozen materials going into the embankment of the new dam. As mentioned, Range Road 182 will need to be shut down while this work takes place. And we're requesting assistance from the MD of Taber to help us with the communication of this project, but also this road closure, just using your public notification system. As mentioned, it'll take roughly 4 to 5 months to complete this work. because the alignment, center line of alignment of the existing road changes, we've taken the opportunity to take some of the curves out of the existing road. On the Lethbridge County side, so descending from the top of the valley down, we're changing the vertical grade from 9% to 10%, so it's a little bit of a steeper slope on their side. On the MD of Tabor side, it's already 10% and it will remain 10% after completion of this project. Drainage, road ditch drainage will be directed into the reservoir or into the inlet and outlet channels. And in order to complete the rebuilding of the roadway, we're going to be applying the Lethbridge County road specifications pertaining to subgrade preparation. And the dam is being slightly overbuilt to allow for future settlement that we expect is going to occur, as with as what happened originally with the West Dam. So we expect it'll settle down to elevations that that work for the future aspects of the project. As far as traffic safety devices go, at the existing dam, there really is none. We have a poorly maintained barbed wire fence on the west side and nothing on the upstream side. We're proposing installing cable barriers. After consultation with the Lethbridge County, cable barriers on both sides of the road were seen as preferable over W-beams because there was less snow drifting requiring maintenance throughout the winter months. So that was the rationale there. There was some discussion about the maintenance of them, but if say a vehicle was to collide with it or whatever, but locally there is some ability through Volker-Stebbin highways, I believe, to maintain and put those back into place. This incorporation of cable barriers into the design does require a reduction in the posted speed limit from 80 kilometers to 60 kilometers per hour. So I understand that requires a motion from council. I just speaking offhand, but having spent quite a bit of time at this site, the curves and the vertical changes in elevation of truck traffic kind of has this natural effect of slowing vehicles down anyways. Like very rarely do I see somebody going 80 kilometers an hour as is. Plus it's a nice view, so you want to slow down and take a look, right? So even today, I would say 60 kilometers an hour is probably the appropriate speed limit for this area. So we feel that that's a reasonable request. At the location of the new outlet structure, a gatehouse building will be constructed. So pictured here is Little Bow Gatehouse that was built in 2014. Ours is going to look pretty much identical, with maybe the exception that there'll be some concrete jersey barriers at the front to deflect any stray vehicles that might go towards the air vent structure. So inside this building, that's going to contain our actuators that control the slide gates inside. It's going to control the electronic and remote control equipment, as well as on-site backup generator should we require it. The building is being constructed off center of the dam, so there'll be a space for a parking area right here. So rather than having our operators park on the roadway, there's a designated parking area there. And should we ever need to do maintenance on the gates, to bring in like a crane to pull gates and stuff like that, there's enough space there for the crane to set out its outriggers and pull the gates through the roof of the building. At the existing low-level outlet structure, we have our gatewell tower here and a building. So all the above ground infrastructure there is going to be removed. The downstream ends of these conduits will be filled with grout because that's where we experience the structural cracking inside the conduits themselves. Our initial plan is to fill the conduits all the way full with concrete, but there is an opportunity where we only fill the downstream end of the conduits, leaving the gate well and the intake pipe on the upstream side of the reservoir. This can be converted to a pump well for irrigation purposes, and we've approached both Lakeside and Hill Ridge colonies, and they have interest in taking over 4 of the 5 gate wells for future irrigation schemes. So that would require taking piping north and then up to the top of Chin Butte there, and then there's an area of dry land that they own that they could develop. We did offer the 5th gate well to the town of Tabor for a raw water intake supply, but they declined. But I understand that there's maybe some conceptual studies that are looking at regional water lines. This is an opportunity for a pump well for raw water supply. So I guess on that, it's not a 100% done deal. We still got to figure out some of the logistics of being able to execute this, but it's an opportunity that we're exploring. The upstream portion of the structure is in really good shape still. 50 years of service life wouldn't be, it should be easily achieved. The structural cracking that we experienced was on the downstream side of the structure. The anticipated haul roads coming off of Highway 3.
Just a quick
Yeah, for
question.
sure.
Are you looking at well, let's see, that like aircrete that they pump down in to fill these, like it's aerated concrete they use a lot for these kind of because you can pump it long distances and it fills. I don't know, I'm just curious.
Yeah. So do you want to take that one on, Jeff, on more the
Yeah, it'll be
technical
more
side?
of a liquid grout. It's not going to be high strength concrete, low strength concrete that they fill, and we'll be doing it in phases because we do need to put cuts into the conduit because of differential settlement. As your fills, we're going to be filling up like this. Sure, this part's going to settle differently than this. If we left it as one big arm, that may tilt one way or the other, creating a seepage path through our dam and putting us in a bad position.
So yeah, on all aspects of this dam, we've gone through a very rigorous regulatory review process with multiple engineers taking a look at this, both representing the province, but also our own groups as well. Yeah, the risk tolerance is low, right? So we've really gone out of our way to limit risk for structural failures at the dam, right? And throughout construction, right? For sure.
So I have a question regarding the existing outlet structure and it being decommissioned somewhere between June of 28 and April of 2030. So when will the full capacity be available to the new outlet? Because you said there's a berm that's kind of in the way there that needs to be removed. So is there going to be a period of time where the full capacity won't be available?
So there will be full capacity with the water level range that we've normally experienced. If we get down to an elevation of say 850, so that's 20 or 2001 type of levels in the reservoir, then we're going to run into an issue. So there is a risk while we're operating the reservoir with that berm in place that if we hit a really severe drought like 2000 and 2001, that berm is going to impact what we can get out of the reservoir. And that's going to be a mad dash of us sending equipment out there in the wet, uncoordinated, trying to get flow going through the reservoir, right?
I don't know how uncoordinated it is. It's not like it's going to drop like this. It's going to see things coming.
Yeah, there won't be a lot of preparation. It'll be more reactive than jumping on the problem through a coordinated drawdown of the reservoir, right? So when we schedule that reservoir drawdown, we're going to communicate extensively. We don't have that, determined yet because we're trying to align that with other projects such as like Highway 36, like I mentioned, right? So, and they're an external player to our project too, right? So we've got to try to see eye to eye on schedules there. Right? Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
So yeah, coming back, haul routes, we anticipate coming off of Highway 3. This impacts MD of Tabor. So we'll come down Range Road 182. The alternative would be impacting Lethbridge County, coming down Highway 512, and then across on Township Road 8-4, which was the route that was chosen for the majority of the materials going into the Chin Chute project when that was going. So I anticipate it's going to be some combination of this. We'll see. So yeah, it's my last slide. I got a course rendering of what the project's going to look like after. But yeah, any questions or comments?
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Chirkano.
So there's no, will there be any generating capacity, or there's not enough elevation or head to be able to make that worthwhile, to have a generating capacity on this outlet?
You're referring to hydropower potential, yeah. So this was a site that we did evaluate. Unfortunately, the economics are just not there. Even with the replacement of the structure and the civil works largely being constructed behind it, it's difficult to make it pay. So
It's a length of operating time.
yeah. So
It's an irrigation season, not a full season.
yeah.
Council, do you have any other questions? Okay, well, just a few comments. So thank you to SMRID for taking the time to update us on the project. I appreciate the efforts that have gone into ensuring the Stafford community has an understanding of what may be to come. We appreciate the communication that you have ongoing with the MD of Tabor staff. I think that demonstrates a strong relationship that MD of Tabor and SMRID have together. We have an upcoming meeting, council to board. So again, it's another aspect that demonstrates the willingness for strong communication, because these are all our residents that we serve together. And we will look forward to seeing information come to our council through our administration on speed limit and haul routes. We recognize the value that this brings to the MD of Tabor and our whole Southern Alberta region. And so we want to work collaboratively in any area that we can with SMRID to make sure that the project runs smoothly and to ensure our residents have strong communication on understanding when there might be interruptions or closures. And we'll work hard on our communication side with your side as well.
Certainly. I guess I should add, we will be developing a project webpage as well, like we had done for the Chin Chute project. Mm-hmm. So updates on the project will be included and posted on that.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
So just wondering what the timeline is on the new East Dam.
Yes. So the East Dam project is still undergoing the regulatory approvals. So as part of that, we're in the environmental impact assessment stage of it. We are in round 2 of our supplemental information requests portions of the project. It's hard to give timelines at this process at this stage, because I've learned anything, its timelines don't stick. But the optimistic case would be that we receive regulatory approval probably early 2027, with an asterisk. So we don't know what we don't know yet.
Yeah, so that's fair. Administration, do you have any comments? Okay, so once again, thank you to Travis and to Jeff from MPE. We always appreciate your efforts with our partners and with us. So we look forward to these continued updates, and we'll do what we can to continue working collaboratively with you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just as we're getting the technology changed over, if I could get a motion to receive the SMRID chin update.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you, Ernie. Any questions on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. Next on our agenda is Taborn District Housing. Thank you for your patience and for understanding the time change that we needed to do. So the item is in closed session, so I'm going to read in the requirements. So closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and sections 16 and 14 of Div 2 part 1 of ATIA, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party and disclosure harmful to intergovernment relations. So the Taborn District Housing is here. I will, as we get ready to go into closed session, I'll invite you to come. And who is representing is their CEO, Mr. Tim Jansen, board members, Mr. Tom McCutcheck and Mr. Joe Stravas. Thank you for taking the time to come and present to us. So at this time, I'll ask for a motion to go into closed.
Motion to go into closed.
Those in favor? Oh, we just gotta wait for Lace to give you the, I'm gonna take that from you, Ernie. Okay, now Ernie.
I move we come out of closed.
Okay, those in favor? 12:30, that's passed. Lace, do you have a, okay,
I can give you the motion that the Taborn District Housing Foundation presentation be accepted for information and that administration provide council with additional information regarding the potential taxation impacts of the project at the March 23rd, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting.
and he did mean March 31st, 2026 Committee of the Whole, so close. Okay, any questions or comments on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, administration, there was an individual here who was wanting to speak to us. Are they returning, do you know? Okay, so if someone has that person's contact, let them know that we would probably entertain that. I'll tell you at the lunch break. So with that, we will recess till 1 o'clock. All right, thank you. We will resume the MD of Tabor, March 10th, 2026 regular meeting of council. We've got to the consent agenda at this point. So I'll just run through that. So the first attachment is from Sharon Hagan. It's a letter regarding leases. Bar 9 Farms, Neil Behrman, we did address that in the public engagement. And Vauxhall Ag Society, Empowering Minds. Now they have a request, I believe. Yeah, and that we would promote it. So, council, I would suggest that of the correspondence, the Vauxhall Ag Society has to be brought out of the consent agenda. If anyone wants to further discuss any of the 3 items, we can do that now. Otherwise, a motion to move the Vauxhall Ag Society out of the consent agenda.
I can make that motion.
Okay, thank you. So everyone understands, we've accepted the 3 correspondence with moving the Vauxhall Ag Society, Empowering Minds out of the consent agenda to be added to the bottom. Those in favor? That motion is carried. That does it. Yep. Okay, moving on to number 8, upcoming meetings and events. There's a couple of new items on there, so we should just take a little time on that.
I sent in a response that I had to cancel on the Horsefly. I've got something all day that day. So, but other than that, I should be current.
I wonder, to administration, if we don't have enough available that day, because I would like to go as well, but I'm not available that day, perhaps for timelines, unless they have other people going, maybe it would be better to try a reschedule, but that's just a thought. I don't want to take away from John and Ernie's opportunity to go, but
Same here. I'm actually got an all-day meeting in Edmonton, and I was going to come home that night to be able to make the meeting the next day. And I can do that, but yeah, I could do that if I needed to.
do you know if it involves other counselors or other community members?
To my knowledge, it's just council and
Okay.
The project manager.
Perhaps we could ask the project manager and then you could convey to those who had signed up, if possible. Go ahead, John.
If that's the case, then you'll probably need to rebook that room in Edmonton, please.
Okay, and you know, if we ever had a short council meeting, it might be worthy to go after, but I don't know if we ever have those anymore. So, okay, and then RMA convention, those people are still good, just because the rooms and whatnot. Minister of Environment, if others wanted to join, is he attending by Zoom or is he attending in person?
To my knowledge, he's going to be in person.
Okay.
What I understand.
Okay. So that's good. Yes, Ernie?
I just got a letter from, or email from Tom Key, who's manager of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops.
Yeah.
Did you guys all get that too?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I did send that out while we're at RMA, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I encourage anyone who can take part in that. And then our meeting with SMRID at March 23rd, that's just normal practice. So for those who are new, our staff gives our project updates, their staff gives a project update, and then we have an opportunity for some open discussion. And the Economic Summit. Now I see there's some people double booked for the Economic Summit and the Town of Tabor feasibility study. So probably we'll have to confirm with Deputy Reeve Johnson, his intention. And I'm not going to the Halo Hangar event because I knew John was, and maybe Ernie was thinking about it.
Well, I did sign up and then I canceled because
Okay.
I got grandkids in
Yeah,
a
okay.
dance thing. So
Okay. So
unfortunately,
one is enough to go, and Councillor Tricado would be fine there.
Was I
The,
supposed-
yeah,
was I
go ahead.
supposed to submit that, or is it coming through Lace? I'm not sure.
The question is, should he advise Halo or will you let them know? Yeah. Okay, and March 27th and 28th, play on street hockey tournament. Our jerseys have been ordered, so MD of Tabor, if I'll need some hockey players, street hockey players, so no ice skates, and some donors. It is a fundraiser, so there'll be more to come on that. We'll do a little promo to help support our neighbors raising money for the ice arena. And then March 27th, the Jets tournament or home run ball, the arena tour, that just came out, so you probably don't have the names populated on that. And then we'll keep going down.
What is XD?
Yeah, and so that's good. I was a little questioning the minister's meeting since we knew we were only having one person going to the conference. What the thoughts were on that?
That was led by staff, led by administration. So we took it upon ourselves to look for opportunities to meet with other networking, excuse me, meet with other networking opportunities while we were at the conference. And so our community economic development coordinator had some ideas that we wanted to share with council, and just as far as maximizing that opportunity.
So are you looking for people to drive up and meet with Minister Scow?
I think we were thinking just those in attendance. So there'll be there's a number of staff as well as we believed a couple of council involved, so that were going to be available as representatives.
Are you going? So just Councillor Tory, which he can carry that load as long as it's not on the day of his course. Then we have our AGM, that's in Grassy Lake. The format, for those who've never been, looks very similar to Coffee with Council. So if you're available, it's a good one to try and attend. And if you're not, the rest of council will carry the load.
I'll try and make it to that one. I just haven't signed up for it yet.
Yep, no problem. Then the Produce Marketing Association Convention and Trade Show. So council has an opportunity to attend. We have one seat. We've had 3 people who've expressed interest. And one said he would bow out, and the other 2, I think I will leave it up to the 2 of them to discuss it or figure it out. I know it's been a very positive networking, but I think I'll leave that up to you guys, but you'll have to let Lace know right away. Because, yeah, it's one of those where this isn't one where we can get an extra seat at it. This, we have one role for council and one role for administration.
Well, I'm just going to say I'd love to go too, but I think either one of those 2 will do a better job than I will.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that that's accurate, Ernie, but I appreciate when there's only one spot if we allow those who are interested. And then the FCM conference, we have 3 people who are signed up to go. There's a few other things coming up in the community that are fundraising type events. Vauxhall's got a few weekend things going on as far as fundraising for ag, and Tabor has Tango. There's always something going on. So don't hesitate to throw them into the community events by throwing them to Lace. Because even though we might not have a formal role, it's definitely good on us to help promote those community events. So many organizations are doing really good things. Okay, was there anything else, Lace, on that list, or Bryce, sorry, that you need us to attend to?
I think that covers it.
Okay, so with that, I would look for, thank you.
I can accept the upcoming meetings and events for information.
Thank you. Those, any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. All right. Number 9, request for decision non-bylaw, grazing lease surrender Forks Pit. Councillor Tory advised earlier he had a conflict, and please let the minutes reflect that he has excused himself from the room.
Got a map here as well that we can use to complement this this discussion. So we had a grazing lease surrendered, and so this was the southwest of 221113. So it is one of our MD Tabor grazing leases. It was one of our grazing leases, or still is one of our grazing leases, and it's a unique situation where access to the property is on a private access road. And so as part of this, you can see by the letter of surrender that there was intention or there was an interest in having a further discussion, a more wholesome discussion around utilizing the lease, but also in providing access to the Forks campground and access to the MDA Tabor gravel pit as part of that discussion. And so administration has provided a couple of recommendations, and that is just with regards to directing administration to continue to investigate as per council's desire to look into entering into an agreement or looking at the way we can utilize that grazing lease in conjunction with access to these two municipal infrastructures. It will involve relevant landowners, I mentioned as well. So the discussions will be, administration will need to reach out to the local landowners that are relevant landowners. So whoever owns the road, it's owned by. Let's get the ranch name right here. Tory's Riverview Ranch, and so. We would be reaching out to them as part of those negotiations and those continued discussions around, entering into some form of an agreement or how we would ensure access to those two properties.
John.
So in the background information, it says here that the MD of Tabor entered into an agreement with the Tories in 2016, granting the MD access to the Forks gravel pit and campground. So is that agreement now null and void? Like what? I'm not sure of the parameters around the agreement.
I just asked Brian. He had done all the research on this. I just asked him to join us here.
We can wait for him to arrive. We'll just wait.
I believe the agreement is still in place, and but I would ask him to step in to help speak to this here. Just let me just see.
So while looking at that map, what is the difference between the green highlighted and the red highlighted on the roads there?
Looking at the map. So the red highlight would be the access road to our gravel pit, and then the green represents the extension, the continued road access to the Forks. And I think what was trying to be represented there was that both of those accesses would need to be maintained as part of our agreement or any kind of investigations and negotiations in order to continue access to the Forks Park that we maintain and manage, as well as the gravel pit that's on the southwest of 221113. And the southeast of 22 and the northeast of 22 are both owned by are both privately owned by Riverview Ranch.
So then that quarter section of irrigation there uses that same road to access that irrigated quarter section then?
In the south here, or in the north, sorry. Yeah.
Same landowner? Oh, we can just wait. Let's wait for
let me just-
Brian to get here. Just so
I
we're
can
not.
bring that up right here. Yeah, it is. It is the same owner. Yeah. Would you mind? Thanks, Lisa.
See that from my side. We drive down.
Or yeah, here, that's fine. So just, yeah, so just to catch up, Brian, so under the particular RFD, we've got recommendations for administration to be directed to continue investigations with the landowners in the surrounding area. And the question came up about with regards to the existing agreement that is with Mr. Tory, with regards, Councilor Tory, with regards to the, yeah, no, we didn't attach it, but just that it is still relevant and it is still active.
Yeah, there was no expiry on it. It was just, basically it was an exchange agreement for access to our Forks pit and the campground in exchange for, I think it was a volume of gravel and as much reject sand as he wanted out of our pit. So he's to coordinate that with our public works personnel to I guess reconcile how much gravel he was taking from their pit. But since that point, he's got his own gravel pit right to the north of ours. So.
John.
So there is no expiration date on this agreement?
No, it was.
Is it legal?
It was a letter of understanding that
Okay.
for the exchange. Yeah.
Okay. So there's an existing agreement.
Yes.
So there'd be nothing stopping us from retendering this grazing lease.
It's just an awkward piece. It's in the middle of all of his private land. There's no water on it. There's no fence. So we would either require someone to fence it or do it ourselves, I guess, in order to retender it. And there's only about 120 acres or so, that 130 acres, I guess, that's not gravel pit. So there's very little grazing.
Aren't most of our lease agreements, isn't the parameters and conditions around them is fencing and water? So if we were to retender this or tender it, that would be an understanding that that would be the responsibility of the new leaseholder.
You could certainly, yeah. I don't know how much interest it'd be without water or without a fence, but.
And does that also then require the new leaseholder to have to enter into a road use agreement? Like that's a whole nother set of things. Like, and let's be clear, we see the letter of that the lease was returned, and I respect Councillor Tory's decision to do that. So it took him out of a pecuniary interest. So I don't want to, so we all understand that's very clear what he did, and it was very deliberate, and I respect that. So tendering this piece of land, like, is that the best choice to do? I don't know. Like, I'm not.
It would be logistically difficult to do it because of the circumstance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead, John.
But if you were to put it to tender, if you didn't get no responses, like, I guess there's no way to find out unless we tender it.
I don't know that for sure. No, I'm just saying
No,
that's
I'm
the
just-
possibility.
yeah.
That
There's a
could be limited
possibility we won't
interest.
get any acceptance of the tender, I agree.
And then what do we do? I guess if we don't get any response, do we fence it ourselves at a cost of $20,000 just to keep him out from using it? I just, what if, I guess?
Yeah. It's just a very unique circumstance, for sure. And it feels a little bit messy right now. I I know that Councillor Tory made a deliberate decision on that.
Yep.
And so to say, well, he can use it again, does that put him in conflict if that was something council decided? And that's not my intention. And so to have it go to tender for that small amount of acres with no fence and no fence, no water, no road. Pardon? Yeah, Councillor Reynolds said for 5 or 6 cows.
Right.
I would say too that that was the intent, I guess, when we look at the direction the administration was taking, was just purely to have the discussion around next steps, because we realized that there was a number of variables and a number of scenarios that we'd have to bring back. And we could look at the whole area, the whole region, look at the agreement, look at it in light of all those pieces, and then bring back further information, recommendation after we've had some discussions, if council so desires.
I don't see the urgency to retender this right now. Is it currently fenced by the leaseholder as part of their larger operation?
Yeah, it's not fenced independently from the rest. It's
Okay.
it's just part and parcel of their bigger pasture.
Yeah.
Another one of those situations.
Mm-hmm. I guess if I can support the first one, but I would want it to be with a timeline and with some other actionable items, just so it doesn't kind of get lost in the abyss of land that MD of Tabor owns, right? I want a timeline and in fairness to the adjacent landowner as well. And that we still have an agreement that we access the pit. Right? Like, we don't want to lose that. For sure. And it has worked well until this time. And no, it's still working well. I want to be clear. There's nothing that's changed. Go ahead.
So the only reason he sent this letter that he didn't want it anymore is to avoid pecuniary interest.
Yes,
correct?
so he could take part and be active in,
Yes.
so I have great respect for that.
I do too. But I'm gonna suggest we think on this for a while, because like you say, there's no hurry on this.
Yes.
And we can come up with something that works, put it like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we can, but I don't want it to go away. So I think
No.
if you are comfortable making the motion without entering into a grazing lease at this time, and it will be brought back to council in, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months. I just don't want it to go away. And maybe by that time, all our lease stuff is done. And that's another conversation then.
Okay, I can, that the municipal district of Tabor, MDT Council, direct administration to retain the Southwest 221113 west of the 4th MDT owned land without entering into a new grazing lease at this time, and that it be brought back to a council meeting in 6 months.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any comment from administration on that timeline?
Was council still had the intention of having 2 separate resolutions, or was this going to stand on its own? Was the second resolution, they were.
Let's just keep them separate for now. I think it muddies the water too much. I was more, do you need 3 months or 6 months to come back?
Really not a
Okay.
whole bunch of additional information, I don't think that
Sure.
we can bring, so
Okay.
other than some potential resolutions or options.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is that the MD of Tabor Council direct administration to retain the Southwest 221113 west of the 4th MDT owned land without entering into a new grazing lease at this time and return this item to council in 6 months. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
And David can come back now?
No,
No.
we'll just keep going
Oh.
on to the second.
Okay.
I don't think so. Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure.
Let me check. He is. No, yes, he is.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I knew who was here. Okay, then there's a second motion. So yes, go ahead, John. I have
This
my
one
thoughts.
confuses me a little because we already have an agreement in place.
Yes.
It's working fine for us. I'm not sure why we need a new one.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. If their agreement was contingent on being a leaseholder, then do we have to enter into something new? But if we already have an agreement, and I recognize that the past leaseholder, when he surrendered, said I might like to have a further discussion, but I think that would be up to them to initiate it unless we thought, unless they have, or unless we're missing something.
We recognized in the letter that there was additional discussion that the letter insinuated that we wanted to have an additional discussions, or they were interested in having additional discussions related to the grasslands and the access to the gravel pit. And so we just wanted to have a resolution that allowed us to just bring back options that included all of them. And in the case where the grass access to the grass, or whether there was a grazing or option related to this particular agreement, that we could investigate it.
It does state that they would like to negotiate a new agreement. So I was thinking more along the lines, it was them who would come to us, but they've already stated that. And I'm a little confused about the roads. I guess that's just always an interesting thing. So right now, it's a private road to the campground. Well, we should shut her down. Well, I say that flippantly.
Yeah.
But there's some liability. Yeah, if it's been that way for a long time, but I find it interesting that it is a private road. I mean, I find it interesting that the campground operates the way it does too. I'm always amazed. Councillor Takeda.
But for me, we have an agreement which makes it our responsibility. We're also graveling and maintaining that road as if it was an MD road. So to me, the agreement suffices all that we need there. And without the agreement, yeah, we would have to enter into some type of an agreement, but we already have one.
So do we take the liability and the risk of public on that private road then, since we have this agreement? And the use of the campground? I mean, I know when the flood happened, it was our fire department that rescued them, but I imagine the honor of firemen and women, they would have rescued anyone wherever it was.
We would have to bring that more information back on that from operations and from, like you said, mentioned liability of that. We'd have to look into that and provide further information.
I think the landowner has expressed some of those same sentiments about liability on their lands too. So it's not just us.
Right. Fair. Absolutely fair on both sides. Councillor.
So the only reason we can't sell it to them is because there's gravel on there, right? Basically.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we would sell it, no. We have gravel there. And
Yeah,
so
that's what I mean.
it's not for sale.
That's the reason we're not selling. Otherwise, a simple way out would be just to sell it to them,
That could be an option, absolutely. But
you know?
of all the things we've listed on why land wouldn't be for sale, a gravel deposit would be a significant, the leading item.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter, it has nothing to do with who the
No.
adjacent landowners
No,
are. It's
no.
just, we need gravel. And
Yes.
that's a very important strategic spot for the MD as well.
Oh, I agree totally.
We did also include the recreation area as the Grand Forks Park. So that is definitely something that we had, providing access to the park and continued use of the park would still be something that, as long as the MD still has an interest in facilitating and managing that park.
Yeah, we've never really had a opportunity to discuss it, or, it's kind of managed itself on its own, but You know, is that something that has to be looked at in its entirety? But I don't think directing administration to investigate options ties us to anything at this time, other than to follow through on the letter. How do others feel about that?
I think that's included in.
I think that's included in that we bring it back in 6 months. The second part of it, or not.
Yeah, it could, absolutely, you know, we could look at it through that lens.
We're gonna have to do something with it. The question is what? Maybe that's
Mhm.
a tough one.
Yep.
John, you're usually a black and white guy. What would you do?
Yeah.
If it was mine, I'd retender it.
Well, we've already made a motion on that, so, yeah, right, thank you.
That certainly would be one of the options the administration would bring back as part of our research. So investigating, we would provide that as one of the options for council to consider at that time.
Mhm. And the tender might reflect fencing in 5 or 6 cows, right, if that was the case. Yeah, well, that's private land. So, I just think we can leave out the grazing lease part, because we've already done that, so that okay, I'm gonna change the motion a little bit. I'm going to state, I move that the MD of Tabor Council direct administration to follow up on the request to negotiate a new agreement relating to the access road to the gravel pit and use of the grassland. And the road, is the use of the grassland the same as MD Forks? I don't want to be redundant, but I don't mind to state it as well.
The letter actually just stated the grasslands, so.
Yes, I'm not just worried about the letter, but I'm worried about the road to the forks. So I could add that since
yes, it would include the-
administration has referenced that. So I would have 3 parts. Relating to the access road to the gravel pit, use of the grasslands, and access to MD Forks with the relevant landowner. We really should have a road number on that, because otherwise this just means nothing. There's no indication, because the land, maybe it's road access to the gravel pit located on Southwest 2211 13 west of the 4th. That would give us something concrete in the minutes.
13-2.
11, okay, I'm just reading off the letter, but
Google Maps
that
calls
works.
it Forks Road.
I think so.
Does it require a land description in there, guys? I just want to think, when people are reading these minutes 10 years later, does everyone know what? And we could put even just the bracket of the land description.
I would use all of, like, section 22, it takes in all quarters except the northwest there.
Okay.
The road is on all three of the quarters, and the gravel pits on the southwest.
Section 22.
Yeah, I just think, I always try to think when I've tried to look back at minutes and felt like, I mean, we have a recording now, which makes a difference, but. So yeah, where I just like to include in there the legal.
In section 22. 1113 West.
So when we've entered into other access agreements, not just in this situation, you know, I recognize 1991 is a pretty long-term agreement, so I appreciate and respect the individual who owns the roads being involved in that. Do those get done administratively, or are they done through council? I just can't remember really seeing one. And we had one other circumstance that involved gravel and sand, and then it wasn't executed. Then it had to come back for council, and it was a bit of a rigmarole, as well as a cash value was involved, which we complied. But, you know, I don't know how council gets involved in those things, or if we need to, but, you know, for making a financial commitment, which gravel and sand are, then I just don't know how it's been done. The only reason I bring that up is because that one just jumped into my mind, that we had to get involved politically and had to end up coming to council as an afterthought after.
We don't have a lot of those. Those are fairly unusual, but I guess, yeah, like you say, if there's financial commitment, that would be something we'd be more comfortable with bringing to council, yeah.
Okay, just so we know that this could come back. Maybe we all have to and return to council with the options. So Lace, on my motion, I'll put and return to council with the options. I could never type live. Okay, so I'm going to move this motion that the MD of Tabor Council direct administration to follow up on the request to negotiate a new agreement relating to road access to MDT Forks gravel pit, the use of grasslands, and the Forks recreation area located in section 221113 west of the 4th with relevant landowners, and return to council with the proposed options. Any further questions on that? Does it make sense to everyone? All right, those in favor? That motion is carried. So now we could get David. Okay, that's fine. All right. We're gonna go on to 9.2, lease tender results, the grazing lease.
Okay, so we had a single one parcel, 32, approximately plus or minus 30 acres, northwest 15, 10, 13, that that was brought to council for direction as far as whether we're going to go back out to tender for the grazing season of for the 2026 grazing season. That tender has been completed. The highest bidder was $700 plus GST, and we only had the results are provided to council as part of this RFD, and that was the single and selected bid. And administration is recommending that that we proceed with the use of the grazing season through a new lease, and that we do that with a successful bidder as proposed.
Okay. Any questions on this, or if we have someone prepared?
Give you a motion that the MD of Taber approve the tender results. Where is that? I've got misplaced it here. Sorry.
It's on our front screen too.
That the municipal district of Taber approve the highest bid of $700 plus GST to lease 30 acres plus or minus acres of pasture in the northwest 15, 10, 13, west of the 4th, the 2026 grazing season. And direct administration to proceed and executing an MDT tendered grazing lease for the tendered parcel with the successful bidder. And then I have a follow-up question. How many AUMs would 30 acres look like?
I think we allocated like 8. So, and then, yeah, it's a bit of a unique spot, obviously. And then in the past, people have supplemented leaf fed too over the summer just to keep them there a bit longer. So that's acceptable as long as the grass is in relatively decent shape still.
Question? Do they have to haul water to that site probably?
Yeah,
Yeah.
In this case, because in previously it was grazed with the neighboring
Right.
lands and they had water on their side, but they didn't put a tender in or a bid in on it. So it's dry. They have to have a trough and haul water, yeah.
So I think it really demonstrates how in demand grazing lands are.
Definitely. Okay, so the motion is on the floor. And any other questions regarding that motion? That the MD of Taber approve the highest bid of $700 plus GST to lease 30 plus minus acres of pasture in the northwest 15, 10, 13 west of the 4th for the 2026 grazing season, and direct administration to proceed with executing an MD tendered grazing lease for the tendered parcel with the successful bidder. Those in favor? That motion, are you okay? That motion is carried. Okay, sorry, I just had someone in my ear who has now questions.
Yes, I have a question on the taxes. Like the taxes seem awfully high. And is that because it's taxed as residential?
No, the reason for that is there was a subdivision plan for that and they're in blocks. And so they have to pay for minimum parcel size, and there's like 8 blocks in there. So they're aware of that. I explained that to them, the person as well, when he came in, that it's extremely high for what's there. Yes.
So then they're they're close to they're over $1,000.
Yeah.
Or not quite. They're just under $1,000.
Whatever, 700 times. Yeah.
700 and then 280.
Yeah.
For taxes.
Yeah. Instead of, yeah.
Thanks for that clarification. 9.3, cultivation lease.
Okay, so we had a single parcel that we put out for for a cultivation lease in 2026. Just recently received a single bid of $3,900 plus GST. It's for a parcel of size of 13.26 acres. Irrigated cropland located in the southeast of 36,917. This was going to be put out. It's tendered for the 2026 season only, so just the single season. And then, as per recommendation from administration, directing us to complete and execute a new cultivation lease for the tendered parcel with a successful bidder.
Thank you. Okay, council, do you have any questions or someone prepared to make a motion at this time?
I can make the motion.
Okay,
That the municipal, disappeared, sorry. MD of Tabor approved the highest bid of $3,900 plus GST to lease 13.26 acre parcel of irrigated cropland in the southeast of 36,917 west of 4. Maybe there doesn't need to be 2 W4s in there for the 2026 crop season.
and next sentence in there too, David.
Oh, sorry, and direct administrator to proceed with the executing an municipal district of Tabor cultivated lease for the tendered parcel with the successful bidder.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. Moving on to BRID irrigation expansion. So Bow River Irrigation District expansion acres. I'll turn that to administration.
We had there was 9.4, the
Oh, sorry, I'm skipping ahead. I'm just like, we're going so fast. Okay, let's do 9.4. I was like, whoa, look at us. Okay.
So so in front of us, we have, the administration is looking for next steps regarding this particular parcel. This parcel had a lease cancellation, termination of the lease. And from administration's perspective, there's a number of options as per our existing policy. And one of them is to put it out for tender. Okay, and then that tender would then follow the same process that we followed for the previous cultivated lease tender. The second option then would be to put it out to public auction using a public competitive process for sale of the land, and that was also provided as an option within the current policy.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm wondering if this one was also possible for, because on the next item, it's BRID and application of water rights. This one, to me, when I look at the aerials, looks like it would be a really good parcel for something like that.
Right. Oops. Yeah, I don't know if I put that one on that list of potential irrigation corridors or not, but yeah, you look at the air photo and it's surrounded by pivots. So if water is available there, I guess it's a bit of a difficult system there. It's fairly allocated already or over allocated, so it'd be, but we'll get into that discussion later. But as far as we could put it on that list as well, and leave it up to the BRID whether they can actually provide water to that corridor or not, based on the capacity of that canal that comes out of there.
So, council, I did just receive a note. I wonder if we move into closed session for 1 minute to just discuss a couple of other options. Lace, what I need to know is this would be related to land for to move into closed session, because I have a question that I would like to ask, but I don't want to ask it in open. So I should have that full list in front of me for next time, so my apologies to council. Well, it could actually meet with this one, business interests of a third party. Okay, so I'm actually going to make a motion, which isn't common for the chair to do, but to move into closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 16 and 14 div 1 2 of Part 1 of ATIA, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, number 16, in relation to the land southeast 271317 west of the 4th. So any questions on that motion to move into closed? Those in favor? Okay, motion to come out of closed.
Motion coming to closed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's proceed with this discussion. Oh, sorry, all those in favor? I'm all riled up. No, thank you. Well, back and forth. Okay, we'll continue discussion on this item. I just needed clarification. So the couple of options we could it be added to the list for irrigation? Or do,
It's not on.
yeah, pardon me?
It's not, okay.
Right, it still could be
We
rented for
could,
this year.
yeah, we could rent it out, we could, and put it on the list as well. I mean,
Okay,
there's a timeline for both.
that's a good
Yeah.
option. So it would go to tender and then we could still add it to the list.
And it's not set in stone. That was something I asked clearly to the Bureau ID, if we put them on the list, and there's many quarters on there, and we're not gonna get likely 8 quarters of water if we're interested in that many. So you can pick and choose just based on the availability to get water to your quarter, or on the water, on the soil samples, or so or soil testing.
Okay,
So with that, I can give you the motion that the municipal district of Tabor approve, council approve open tenders, open public tendering, a cultivated land lease for the southeast 27-13-17 west of the 4th for 1 year, the 2026 crop season, as per current cultivated lands policy, and direct administration to award the tender based on the highest bidder and bidder eligibility entering into a new cultivation lease. And then add this court.
let's
Just
just
leave it
keep
there?
it separate, if we could.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
I
And then we'll
I
deal
know
with
where
the
you're
next
going,
motion, yeah.
but yeah. Okay, so the top number, the A recommendation has been read in. Do you have any questions on that recommendation? Or on that motion, I'm sorry, on the motion. Hearing none, those in favor? That motion is carried. I think we can deal with the add-on in the actual next agenda item rather than just a separate. Is that okay with admin? Okay. All right. Okay, good. We are now moving on to the BRID expansion acres.
Okay, I'll just introduce this and I'll get Brian to speak in more detail to what's being proposed. But administration has certainly put together an RFD with relation to putting application into access to acquire irrigation water rights with BRID's water acre release that's currently or is ongoing. They're receiving applications for right now. The deadline for that is April 10th. And so that definitely plays into the approach that we're taking in order to make sure we meet that deadline. And the first release is limited to 15,000 acres. They have a second release that would be another 10,000 acres that's been put out, and the first 15,000 is limited to 14,000. So that is the 14,000 will be the acre group that we'd be trying to access. And there's been some information provided, feedback that administration's also received with respect to expectations. And so that we're not anticipating to receive too much more than a single quarter or up to 3 potentially. And so we are providing a best case scenario where we have put in an application for eight particular parcels or 8 quarters, and with hopes that those are considered in their process. So Brian can add to that as far as their process goes.
Before I go to Brian, Arliss has his hands up. Is that okay? Okay, go ahead, Arliss.
I would say let Brian go. My comment was just with respect to the previous agenda item, so I'll let this one finish.
I'm sorry, we couldn't, it's now in view. It wasn't in view before. So we have that
no
now.
worries.
Okay, sorry, Brian.
I don't have a whole bunch more to say. I think the process was very well outlined from the document that was attached there from the BRID's website. There has been, from what I understand, there's been quite a bit of interest as expected for new acres, and potentially just talking with the BRID, this could be their last time. They don't know if they can get more efficiencies. That's basically why they're expanding. It's not because they got more water from the government, it's because they're making their systems more efficient, which allows for expansion of more acres. Put in some of the costs there as far as how much the water is, substantially more than it has been previously, which is not unheard of when there's that much demand, and just the cost of developing anything is expensive. So I think probably with this expansion, they're hoping to finance their Dead Horse Reservoir project with their capital asset charges. Yeah, so we did go through a process similar to this a few years ago. Did get some water. I can't remember how many quarters it was. It was 4 or 5, I think, maybe, that we were offered at that time. Not anticipating to get that many this time, just because of the few acres and demand. But yeah, they go through the process of giving everyone 1/4 that applies and then keep going down until they're out of water. So last time it went through 5 rounds. This time, who knows? I guess we'll know in April 11th likely.
Okay, any questions or discussion on this?
I will just say one thing. I think maybe I mentioned it already, but just because we have those on that list, we can pick and choose which quarters that are best suited for us too. And even likely, if there's another quarter that makes more sense after the fact, even I'm sure we could have discussions with the BRID to add that to it instead of one of the ones that we've listed.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, maybe one more thing. Sorry.
It's fine.
How I selected those quarters. That some of them were some of the quarters we had applied for before. Additionally, this time I picked quarters that were adjacent to where the Dead Horse Reservoir will likely be built. So it gives us some time to, I guess, if they don't release those acres and we pick lands that are adjacent to the Dead Horse, we can buy us a bit of time to decide what we want to do with them or when we want to develop them or sell them or whatever the choice is there.
Yes.
Their process is actually really important to hone in on as well, is that the first part is just a preliminary application. So once they provide us a formal offer of acres, then we can do all that reconsidering of which quarters and placement. And so we do get a formal offer made of number of acres that we're formally offered. And that is where we could, where there's a second step. And that's a really key piece to this process.
Comments from any member of council or question?
Well, there's just one paragraph here that, you know, if we do want to sell it, that's going to cost us an extra $2,000 an acre.
If we just sold the water, yes. If we sold our land with the water, I guess that would be
Okay.
different, yeah.
Okay. And I think as Bryce indicated, this is for step one. Then the conversation gets a bit more in depth and we have to figure out some financing options and whatnot. But I think we would be remiss to not at least apply. And then do you need, as part of the motion, to add this other quarter onto the list? Because the list isn't exhaustive, like you said.
Well, we did provide the list, so it probably would be best to add that as a formal amendment to the resolution.
Okay. So
that list is referred to as attachment A, is that right?
I believe that is
motion,
correct.
in the recommended motion.
That is correct.
So with that, I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor approve submitting preliminary application to acquire irrigation water rights on 9 MDT-owned quarter sections as outlined in the application form attachment A, as amended to include Southeast 2713 west of the 4th through the Bow River Irrigation District's current release of irrigation acres.
Any further discussion on that read-in motion? Right? Those in favor? Those opposed? I'm not sure if Martin is back. I'm going to assume not, since it says on hold. So that motion is carried. Okay. Because yes.
I know Arliss had he just popped his hand up again, so.
Okay, we'll turn to
Just a
Arliss.
reminder.
Go ahead, Arliss.
Yeah, this is just with respect to, and it may be too late, and that's fine, with respect to the cultivation lease cancellation. Council may just want to remember, it's kind of, we're in a kind of a purgatorious spot with some of our land policies not yet passed, although very close. But if they move forward and retender or put that out for tender, they may not realize optimal value if they did choose to sell that land, simply because the new leasee may as a result of the tender process, may choose to want to purchase that land.
Yeah,
Um,
I believe the
and
motion.
So,
Yeah, I appreciate your comment, but the motion has been made and it's tendered for 1 year, right? That's what it is?
Yeah.
I'm figuring, I'm reading between the lines here, and what Arliss, I think, is saying is that that could allow, but the tenders might be quite high because there might be an opportunity here for the person that, because of our not yet passed sales policy, that they might be able to trigger an assessed value sale.
The sales policy is passed. It's the
Sorry, the cultivation lease policy is passed. The
Right,
land
sorry.
sales and the grazing is yet
Oh,
to be
yes.
passed.
Yeah, those two are waiting on legal.
Within the land sales policy, though, as proposed, it still ultimately council's decision whether to sell or not. So we don't have to sell it if they trigger the sale.
Yeah, I appreciate that information, but. Okay. Ready to move on to the next item? Water license purchase and transfer.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to trying to walk through this particular recommendation. 131 acre feet of water license is being inquired on for purchase, and that is been acquired through other water users. And I will ask Brian to maybe just anything he would like to jump in on as well. But the access to 131 acre feet of water license is intended for future planning for the Grassy Lake, community for future use. We'd be acquiring this license to hopefully provide additional growth and additional water rights for the growth of the hamlet of Grassy Lake, particularly. And this is with regards specific to the St. Mary's River Irrigation District. Is water rights access. And I know Arliss is on the line here too. He was also part of the drafting of this particular RFD and might want to speak or add to the discussion or add to the RFD.
yeah, the RFD outlines, I guess, the situation. Grassy Lake is the primary driver behind acquisition of additional water license. This will meet those needs for Grassy Lake's needs, as well as provide some opportunity for potential growth in future years as well. So there is value to, I mean, this does have a qualifier in the fact that SMRID has to review it and decide whether or not their works can convey it. If they can't convey it, they'll provide us with approval. And then it should be good to go in submitting the transfer application to the government of Alberta. But this is contingent upon getting a conveyance through the SMRD works.
Now, from what I understand of these kind of water rights that are upstream, this could come all the way down to Grassy Lake on the Old Man River as well. This is like a river water license. Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is a private river water license and it can come all the way to Grassy Lake. So even if SMRID didn't accept it, we could pump that water out anywhere along the Old Man River right here by Tabor to use for an industrial site. What's that?
I think this is for the hamlet.
Well, it could be for the hamlet, but these are river water licenses that I work with these kind of licenses regularly with the Alberta government, and coming downstream, they can come all the way they could go to Medicine Hat. Going upstream, they have to go up the different tributaries by percentage, depending on where that water was coming from. So, I mean, we want it to go through SMRID, and that would be the easiest. But these licenses are currently trading hands at over this price with Alberta Environment, because we're buying and selling these licenses right now as well. And so I think it's a great deal, and it gives us some incredible water security. Like, that's 161,585 cubic meters of water. It's a massive amount of water. I mean, obviously, it's only enough to irrigate a quarter section, but when you turn it into residential and industrial use, it's a lot of water. And so it could be a critical part. Like, let's say we did a big industrial park anywhere, like that, and that this could supply a huge, anyway, like whatever kind of expansion we would have in the future, whether it's a data center or anything like that, this would give us options. And these are permanent. Once you buy these, they're yours. This is an irrigation license. This is river water. And yes, MRID can convey it, but this is much more valuable than an irrigation water right, because it can be, we could sell it in the future to the county of Lethbridge or the city of Lethbridge. Like, it is available all the way up and down the stream.
John?
But are these water rights basin specific though?
Arliss, are you available for taking a couple questions?
Well, they're specific to, I mean, the basin we would be in would be the South Saskatchewan ultimately, I believe. I do know that Corey had consulted with our Alberta Environment and Protected Areas rep, and he said that they're in good standing within our municipality, which was enough for us to move forward with the opportunity. The big value, I think, Councillor Tory might have mentioned it, the big value here is in ownership of it. It gives you a fair bit of flexibility once you have it. One, like I mentioned, it'll help us meet our requirements in Grassy Lake for the community purposes there. And then it will provide for future growth opportunity as well. I don't know if I answered your question, John, but it does fit and fall from a workability perspective within the municipal district of Taber. We did confirm that with Alberta Environment.
And from the RFT, because I don't sit on any of the water commissions and don't have a full grasp of our shortfall, but if we don't have enough water for Grassy Lake, then I have lots of confidence that if we secure this, then we will have ample when we have 40-ish lots coming available right away. I don't want us to not be developing because we don't have adequate water. I don't have a good understanding of, I realize in the RFD it said there'll be enough for the hamlet and then some extra. So as long as we meet those criteria, I think this is a good decision.
The reserves are being proposed for the financing as well.
Thank you. And these are the kind of things ensuring that we have infrastructure and resources for our residents. But it is a big purchase. So I'll take time to give anyone who wants to ask questions or has comments, they may do so at this time. And then when we're ready, if someone's prepared to make the motion. Or a motion can go on the floor and then we can ask additional questions.
I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Taber approve the purchase of 131 acre-feet of water licenses at a total cost of $1,768,500 with $1,093,500 funded from the Water Capital Reserve and $675,000 funded from the Major Projects Reserve, and further authorize administration to complete all required transfer documentation and negotiate a conveyance agreement with the St. Mary Irrigation District for delivery of the water to MDT infrastructure. Completion of this purchase is contingent upon obtaining the necessary conveyance agreement with SMRID.
Okay, there's still time to ask questions or have any comments. Arliss, I can't see your hand right now, so I don't know if you have anything else you would like to add.
Can I just?
Absolutely.
The only thing I would, just if SMRID doesn't agree, it'd be nice to get more information before we decide not to purchase. Because based on everything that we've done, we would want these, we want this water, regardless of whether SMRID, they're selling regularly for over between $15,000 and $15,000 and $20,000 an acre for industrial use right now. With Mitchell Stewart is the guy that runs the Alberta Environment Office that does all of these transfers of water licenses, and it. For us to be able to get this for this price and that one of the other municipalities hasn't gotten it already is amazing, so.
I think I'll maybe just ask Arliss if there was something else that he wanted to add with regards specific to that. We could add to the resolution providing us some additional flexibility in bringing options, but maybe Arliss had considered that already.
Well, ultimately, I guess if Councillor Tory's reservation is the last sentence to the proposed motion, then that could be removed if that gave it more comfort, I guess.
But yeah, no, just as long as we get a chance to look at it, even if it doesn't work. And I'm not saying it's just that we'd want to have further information.
You could add to have administration report back to council if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. John, are you okay with adding that just as a friendly amendment that have administration report back to council?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Because of the important nature of this, I'm going to read it in one more time so that everyone is well aware of what they are voting on. That the Municipal District of Taber approve the purchase of 131 acre-feet of water license at a total cost of $1,768,500 with $1,093,500 funded from the Water Capital Reserve and $675,000 funded from the Major Projects Reserves, and further authorize administration to complete all required transfer documentation and negotiate a conveyance agreement with the St. Mary Irrigation District for delivery of the water to the Municipal District of Taber infrastructure. Completion of this purchase is contingent on obtaining the necessary conveyance agreement with St. Mary's Irrigation District and that the administration report back to council. Any further comments or questions on this? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. On the paper copy, we're at 9.7, which is the scheduling of a committee of the whole meeting. Thank you for all that work on the leases and the water. So, Lisa, are you going to speak to this for us?
Can, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
go ahead.
So administration is proposing that we schedule a committee of the whole meeting on March 31st, specific to chalk budget deliberations, and there might be some there will be some affiliate policies that affect those budgets that we will discuss at that meeting as well. We've also made a motion in this meeting to bring back
The housing.
yes, the housing and how that will affect the budget as well. So we're proposing to schedule a meeting to discuss specific those budget deliberations.
Okay, if you could just move the screen on, just so I can keep double checking if Councillor Condor is. Okay. All right. I don't know why it just, yeah. Okay, council. The reason we don't have a normally scheduled committee of the whole meeting is because we are at many of us are at RMA. So recognizing timeline and the very challenging parts of our budget, which we've discussed today in closed, and then it's come up through the day of all of our budget, through our other meetings, the budget deliberations. This could be a challenging meeting to find out how we're going to move forward with the budget and how we set the mill rate. So are you available Tuesday, March 31st for a meeting? Okay.
Just checking my calendar.
Okay. I know. It's it's a fifth week in a municipal schedule, so it often doesn't have extra meetings. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, so with that, a motion, Councillor Reynolds.
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor schedule a committee of the whole meeting for Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 at 9 p.m.
Okay, good catch.
Caught that.
All right, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Yeah, and if you get that into our calendars, so those who are not here, well, for all of us, because I might forget when we leave, but exactly. Okay, we'll go on to the bylaw for the Star Theater loan bylaw.
I will pass this one to Mike Passy, Corporate Services Director.
Thank you.
This is bringing back the loan bylaw for Star Theater for second and third reading. As part of that process, the first reading is given, then there's an advertising period of 2 weeks. And then once that advertising period closes, then there is a petition opportunity. That period closed on the 4th of March, and so this is now able to be brought back for further readings. Once second and third reading of the bylaw are given, then and it has been finalized, then there's a 30-day court application period where anyone who wants to file something against having the bylaw be issued can register that with the courts. And that's more in line with if there's a deficiency in the process or deficiency in the bylaw. We have had this bylaw looked at by legal counsel, and so then once that 30-day period closes, then the bylaw is considered active, which would be April 10th. Further to that is further to the passing giving readings to the bylaw is then the consideration for council to give towards an agreement with the organization and what the terms and conditions of what that looks like. There's a recommended motion that has been provided, but if council wishes to make any changes to that, then that's at their prerogative and right to do so.
Thank you. On our screen in front of us and near the bottom of the RFD is the timeline of what we've been dealing with. So there is 3 independent motions that are being proposed. So if council is so prepared, or if they have additional questions to administration, this is the time where I can take motions.
I can read in as the second reading.
Okay, so Councillor Tory moves the reading to bylaw number 2033, the 2026 Star Theater Loan Bylaw. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Ernie?
That council give third reading to bylaw number 2033.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. There's a third motion that is being proposed. This is following in alignment with other organizations that we have provided a loan for. It sets out the terms and the conditions. If there are any changes that you would like to see made or suggestions, this would also be the time. Someone would like to move that motion? Thank you.
I move that council direct administration to execute a loan agreement with Star Theater once bylaw number 2033 is active with the following terms and conditions. Annual interest rate of 4.45%, a 10-year term, equal annual payments with the first payment due June 30th, 2027, and annually thereafter, 5% penalty on late payments. Full or partial repayment of the loan is permitted, which will adjust interest owed and annual payments. Security in form of registration of the MD of Taber as mortgator on land title within 1 year of Star Theater's receipt of funds. Installation of prominent Municipal District of Taber recognition at the facility.
All right, any questions on the read-in motion?
I can only think of one possible change, and that would be instead of municipal district of Taber County. Why make two signs?
Yeah, well, maybe we'll be there.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be understood if the change is made. I agree with you though. Okay, with that, those in favor of the read-in motion? That motion is carried. Thank you. Consent agenda item, we have, oh, did I miss something else? Oh, okay. Okay, we're back to the correspondence and, oh, maybe it's already updated on this. The Vauxhall Empowering Minds. So I think besides a letter of endorsement, there is also a request that we would help with something. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. So if you, the letter, oh, there we go. So the request is to supporting outreach to residents, local groups, and service organization, and provide letters of support for partnership for our Empowering Minds application to demonstrate broad community backing. And if selected, Vauxhall Ag would serve as, yes, we don't have to worry about that. So at this time with the strain in the world, anything to help people improve their mental well-being, I think is really important. And I'm fully in favor. I see you nodding. Are you ready to move the motion that I can read in for you?
I was just gonna add to it. I know Ag Service Board a couple of years back, Jordan tried putting on a course on mental health, and nobody attended. So good luck with this new venture.
Well, I think that's the benefit of an organization sporting it, because they come with their own membership and unfortunately, I think even for when we did that, council was double booked, so we couldn't even attend that. So sometimes when someone else makes the initiative, I think there's value in that. So with that, I'll move that the MD of Tabor Council direct administration draft a letter that demonstrates supporting outreach to residents, local groups, and service organizations regarding the Empowering Minds Rural Health Initiative sponsored by the Vauxhall Ag Society. And if successful, oh yeah, here. Sorry, Lace, I kind of messed that up for you. So if we do the first point first, so move that direct administration to prepare a letter of support for the Empowering Minds application to demonstrate the broad community backing, and that MD of Tabor provide communication outreach to residents, local groups, and service organizations through our existing communication mechanisms. I didn't make that very easy. It's really just those 2 points there that they have. Oh, sorry. And the MD of Tabor provide communication outreach. Yeah, just provide. A letter of support. Okay, the motion reads that council direct administration to draft a letter of support for the Vauxhall Ag Society Empowering Minds application, and the MD provide communication outreach to residents through our existing communication mechanisms. You can just strike the that demonstrates community backing. I think that's inferred by letter of support. Yeah. Okay, that's the motion. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, council request for information and motion. Seeing none, we had no resolutions arising from closed session. And then a final motion.
I move the meeting adjourned.
Good job, Ernie.